Chapter 1847. Inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, a group of people looked at each other, still in shock and confusion, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. President, do these land deeds really cover all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue? Gao Hong asked in a trembling voice. If this was the case, then the value of this box of land deeds was simply immeasurable. Under the leadership of Hua Yuming, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had worked hard for more than 20 years to buy a small shop on Soaring Dragon Avenue. Moreover, they did not own it, only operating it for 30 years. Not only did they have to pay a lot of rent every year, but once the time was up, Purple Star City would take it back. But now, an entire box of more than 30 land deeds was in Hua Yuming's hands. This meant that there were more than 30 shops, and all of them were connected together across the entire street. Any merchant could see huge benefits from this. Gao Hong and the others were so happy they almost fainted. Hua Yuming also trembled as she checked the box again, looked up at the people who had been paying attention to her, and said bitterly, "It's real. Ha 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 ha. Now our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce can't not develop." Yao Qing patted his bald head vigorously, seemingly unable to calm down because of his excitement, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he imagined the future. I've been unhappy with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce next door for a long time, always viciously competing with us. Humph, let's see what they'll use to fight us now. I'll sweep them out the door. Oh right, there's also that Treasure Pill Hall. When I went there with Haiteng last time, those bastards from Treasure Pill Hall actually looked down on us. Kicking us out was really infuriating. Now that the land deeds of Treasure Pill Hall are in our hands, I want to see if they still dare to kick us out. Haiteng, come with me later to teach them a lesson. Haiteng stood next to him and nodded vigorously, obviously holding a grudge over the last incident. Despicable people become rampant. Xia Jingwu glared at Yao Qing, who smiled awkwardly and scratched his head awkwardly. However, he did not dare to refute. In Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yuming's prestige was the highest, followed by Xia Jingwu as the Chamber of Commerce's think tank. Sometimes, his words were more effective than Hua Yuming's. Uncle Xia, what do you think? Hua Yuming finally recovered from the huge shock. He hesitantly looked at Xia Jingwu. The latter stroked his beard. He didn't look too excited. Instead, he was frowning. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yuming, "President, the key to this matter is still there." He gestured towards the inside of the room and continued. Whether it was the attitude and compensation of Commander Liu and the others yesterday, or the land deeds today, none of this is the result of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's ability. Since the key is not us, President might as well chat with the key people. Perhaps you can learn something. Hua Yuming thought about it for a moment before gently nodding and saying, "Don't make a fuss about what happened today. The Chamber of Commerce will still be closed today. Everyone, go about your business." With that said, he hurriedly made his way to the backyard. After a while, she returned to the room where Yang Kai was. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, obviously already aware of what had happened outside. Hua Yuming didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the jade box and placed it on the table in front of Yang Kai. "Master, this thing is too precious for my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to enjoy. If we insist on keeping it, I'm afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble, so I ask Master to deal with it." After experiencing shock and excitement, Hua Yuming gradually understood that Lu Tianfeng had sent this box of land deeds over because of Yang Kai. She didn't know much about Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was here, Lu Tianfeng's attitude towards Five Paths Chamber of Commerce might still be servile, but if the Chamber of Commerce lost Yang Kai's protection one day, these more than 30 land deeds would definitely become the start of a disaster. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. In Purple Star City, even in the outer city, land deeds were extremely rare and could only be owned by powerful merchants. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was simply too small and wasn't qualified to occupy any of them. Would Yang Kai protect Five Paths Chamber of Commerce forever? Hua Yuming felt that this was impossible. After all, the other party was an Origin King Realm Master. For him to help them was already a blessing. So how could they expect him to protect them for a long time? Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully and said, "Since they are for you, President Hua should accept them." These things are worthless to me, so I have no use for them. Hua Yuming smiled bitterly, but Yang Kai stretched out his hand and interrupted her. No buts, just accept them without worry. Don't think too much about it. I will bear all the consequences. Hua Yuming looked at Yang Kai in a daze, seeming to understand something else from his words, and couldn't help saying gratefully, since Master says so, this mistress will offer her thanks to Master. Although her cultivation was good, she was still a businesswoman, so no businesswoman could refuse this box of land deeds. Yang Kai smiled and said, but I want to know, how does President Hua intend to deal with these land deeds? Deal with them? Hua Yuming froze for a moment before saying, I have always had a dream to hold the land deeds of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce in my own hands. But every inch of land in Purple Star City is worth a fortune, so land deeds are simply too expensive. Our original plan was to spend another 10 years to save enough Saint Crystals to buy these land deeds, then use this shop as a foundation to slowly develop from a small chamber of commerce to a big chamber of commerce. We don't expect to be on par with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, just that we won't be bullied everywhere we go. As she spoke, she also let go of her reservations and cautiousness. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement, and she was as lovely as a young girl. This is not only my personal dream, but also the dream of Uncle Xia, Sister Hong, Yao Qing, and Haitang. We have also been working hard for this dream. As a merchant who doesn't want to have a stable home. Now, this dream has been achieved so easily. With these land deeds, I can expand Five Paths Chamber of Commerce by more than 10 times, hang a plaque with my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's name on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue, and sell our goods throughout Purple Star City. At the end of her speech, Hua Yuming actually danced with joy, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if a beautiful picture of the future had unfolded in front of her, causing her to be unable to control herself for a long time. It wasn't until she noticed Yang Kai looking at her with a smile that Hua Yuming wore an embarrassed expression, her face turning red and purple as she whispered, I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. Everyone's dream is sacred. Why would I make fun of you? Yang Kai said seriously, President Hua must have worked very hard these past few years, right? Not a few words. It's definitely been hard, but with all my brothers and sisters by my side, all hardships are nothing. Hua Yuming smiled sweetly, causing Yang Kai to become slightly absent-minded. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's strange gaze, Hua Yuming quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding violently as she felt uneasy, lest Yang Kai take a fancy to her. However, on second thought, being taken in by such a young and promising origin king did not seem to be a bad thing. Although she had not been in contact with him for long, Hua Yuming believed that her ability to judge people was quite good. Yang Kai was very different from those arrogant origin kings. Not only was he approachable, but his appearance was also not bad, with a handsome body and a strong face. What am I thinking about? Hua Yuming suddenly came back to her senses and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. President Hua's vision for the future is very comprehensive, but I wonder if you can listen to what I have to say? Yang Kai naturally did not know what Hua Yuming was thinking and simply said, Master is the benefactor of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. If you have something to say, just say it. Hua Yuming forced herself to reply. These land deeds. Don't keep a single one. Sell them all. Yang Kai quickly said. Huh. Hua Yuming was taken aback, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually say this. If he really did so, the vision she had just conceived for the future would become nothing more than a bubble. All her dreams would be impossible to realize. Do you believe in me? Yang Kai looked at Hua Yuming sincerely, staring straight into her eyes. Being stared at by this aggressive gaze, Hua Yuming suddenly panicked, averted her gaze, and nodded subconsciously. This mistress naturally believes in Master. That's good. It's not convenient for me to say the specific reasons, but you can't keep these land deeds, so it's best to sell them as soon as possible. One day, you will understand why I want you to do this. He had come to Purple Star City this time to steal the Star Emperor token, so there was bound to be some conflict with Purple Star. Although Lu Tianfeng had deliberately sent over so many land deeds because of the existence of the honor token, once Yang Kai's purpose was exposed, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would definitely be implicated. At that time, He would no longer be able to remain in Purple Star City, and these land deeds would become worthless. It was better to sell them all now and gather a large number of Saint Crystals. As long as he had enough Saint Crystals, would he need to worry about the Chamber of Commerce not being able to develop? Although Hua Yuming did not understand why Yang Kai wanted her to do this, after calming down and thinking about it, she vaguely realized something and could not help trembling as she nodded. I understand. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully and smiled slightly. President Hua's a smart person. I'm just a woman, so I'm just following Master's instructions. And, can I ask Master something? What is it? Yang Kai asked curiously. Can you accompany me out for a while? What for? Yang Kai frowned. It's like this, Hua Yuming explained. There are too many land deeds, and if we really want to sell them, my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce alone won't be able to sell them for a good price. On top of that, this mistress wants to hand over these land deeds to Clear Sky Auction House so they can promote the auction on our behalf. This way, we can maximize our profits. Chapter 1848. Auction them off? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Not bad idea. President Hua really has a talent for business. Master is making fun of me. Hua Yuming blushed. No, I just admire you. Being able to come up with such a good idea in such a short time is not something an average person can do. Does that mean Master agrees? Hua Yuming looked at Yang Kai in pleasant surprise. Going out for a walk is also a good idea. I also want to see the riches of Purple Star City, so I'll have to trouble President Hua to be my guide. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hua Yuming quickly got up and said happily, Master, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. After all, I need to inform Uncle Xia and the others about selling these land deeds. Go. I'll wait for you outside. Yang Kai nodded. A moment later, Hua Yuming walked out of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Regarding the sale of the more than 30 land deeds, everyone in the Chamber of Commerce had different attitudes. Some, like Hua Yuming, wanted to keep all the land deeds for the Chamber of Commerce to grow. After all, this was a rare opportunity that no one wanted to miss. Others wanted to compromise by selling half and keeping the other half. This way, not only would they have enough shops, but they would also have enough Saint Crystals. However, in the end, everyone agreed with Hua Yuming's decision and sold all the land deeds. Hua Yuming looked around and saw Yang Kai squatting in front of a stall not far away, bargaining with the seller. Is this how an Origin King Realm Master buys things? Hua Yuming suddenly felt strange and walked over. A moment later, the voices of Yang Kai and the seller reached her ears. Brother, this purple copper sifting crystal is an excellent artifact refining material that I spend a great deal of effort to mine. If you use it to refine an artifact refining tool, you can definitely refine a Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Don't you think your asking price of 10,000 high-rank Saint Crystals is a bit excessive? The seller shouted angrily. 10,000 isn't low. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said with a smile, Fine, I'll give in. 80,000 Saint Crystals is a fixed price. Consider it a gift. 10,000. 70,000. This is really my bottom line. I can't go any lower. 10,000. Can you stop teasing me? It's my bad luck to meet a guy like you who doesn't know what's good for him. Brother, I see that you're a man of striking appearance, so I'll give you face. 65,000. 60,000. 10,000. Motherfucker, did one of my enemies send you to mess with me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you in the blink of an eye. The seller's temper was completely suppressed by Yang Kai, and he quickly pulled out a Saint King grade machete and pointed it at Yang Kai angrily, threatening to kill him if he dared to cause any more trouble. Yang Kai chuckled, quickly got up and scurried to the side. Lunatic! Seeing Yang Kai walk away, the seller put away his artifact and shouted fiercely at Yang Kai, Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Master! Hua Yuming appeared beside Yang Kai with a gloomy face. What was that all about? She couldn't believe what she had just seen. An Origin King Realm Master actually haggled with a Saint King Realm Cultivator for a few tens of thousands of Saint Crystals, and in the end, not only did he fail to complete the transaction, he was even driven away. Was this really an Origin King? Was it really okay for the seller to act so arrogant? If he knew that he was facing an Origin King, What kind of expression would he have? I wanted to experience the local customs of Purple Star City while killing some time, Yang Kai explained with a smile. The temper of Purple Star City's cultivator is a bit grumpy. Hua Yuming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that anyone who was teased like this would have a bad temper. Let's go. Let's go to Clear Sky Auction House first to deal with the land deed, Yang Kai motioned. Lead the way. Hua Yuming responded and led the way obediently. Yang Kai took in the sights along the way, as if he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and had just arrived in a big city for the first time. Everything around him was new to him. Hua Yuming was really a bit confused. Yang Kai's performance had completely subverted her understanding of Origin Kings. In her imagination, all Origin Kings should be like Lu Tianfeng, aloof and insufferably arrogant. But when Yang Kai mixed in with the crowd, he was no different from an ordinary cultivator, perhaps even worse than an ordinary cultivator. If she didn't know that he was an Origin King, Hua Yuming wouldn't have believed this was true. After walking for a short while, Hua Yuming arrived at a beast carriage company and hired a beast carriage. The carriage was pulled by two monster beasts that looked somewhat similar to horses. The interior of the carriage was spacious and peaceful, and Yang Kai and Hua Yuming sat inside before the coachman cracked his whip and the carriage moved forward smoothly. These snow-treading monster beasts are all fifth-order monster beasts. Although they don't have much combat power, their speed is quite good. So Purple Star City has raised many of them to serve as a means of transportation for the cultivator. Flying is not allowed in the city, and the city is quite large, so these beast carriages are very popular, but the cost of using them is not low. A full 5,000 high-rank St. Crystals. Inside the carriage, Hua Yuming explained to Yang Kai. Fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai nodded. Purple Star is really generous. Although a fifth-order monster beast was not a big deal, if one wanted to fill the entire city with these beast carriages, they would need at least tens of thousands of them. This was not something an ordinary great force could cultivate. So Purple Star must have mastered some secrets to raising monster beasts in captivity. While talking to Hua Yuming, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Under his gaze, the roof of the beast carriage seemed to become invisible, unable to block his line of sight at all. What's wrong? Hua Yuming saw his expression change and asked in surprise. Is fighting allowed in Purple Star City? Yang Kai asked rhetorically. Naturally not. Is there someone who doesn't have eyes and dares to act presumptuously here? Hua Yuming was surprised. That's interesting, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled faintly, waving his hand as he spoke, and an invisible force field spread out from him, wrapping around the entire carriage. The next moment, a violent noise rang out in the sky, accompanied by several muffled groans. Hua Yuming's face changed as she suddenly felt a little uneasy in her heart. Although she was not affected by the aftermath of the battle just now because of Yang Kai's protection, she was still a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so she immediately realized that there must have been an Origin King Realm Master involved. She finally understood why Yang Kai did what he did just now. He obviously wanted to prevent the monster beast pulling the beast carriage from being disturbed, because after this battle, the cries of the other monster beast pulling the beast carriages were constantly heard, but the one she and Yang Kai were in was safe. This scene puzzled the driver of the beast carriage. However, this battle happened quickly and ended just as quickly. By the time Hua Yuming released her divine sense to investigate, there was no one in the sky, only a starship suspended in the air that seemed to be slightly damaged. That's... Hua Yuming's expression changed again as she quickly opened the curtain and looked up. A moment later, her face changed drastically and she hurriedly sat back down. What did you find? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yuming looked at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, that starship belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Are you sure? Yang Kai was stunned. The symbol on that starship is definitely Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. Hua Yuming nodded seriously. Yang Kai released his divine sense again to confirm and found that, as Hua Yuming said, there was indeed a special symbol on the damaged starship. He vaguely remembered seeing this symbol on the clothes of Shuiyu and an Aiguang. It really belongs to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? So, Did Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator just have a conflict with Purple Star? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked, why would Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship come to Purple Star City? Hua Yuming pursed her lips and smiled. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's forces are huge, in the end, it is still based on commerce. Wherever there is a cultivator in Purple Star's territory, there will be their business, so it's not strange for them to come to Purple Star City. However, I don't know why the two sides had a conflict, but that is not something this mistress can speculate on. Yang Kai gently nodded, paid attention to the starship again, and no longer paid it any attention. No matter what happened between these two forces, as long as it didn't affect his plans, he didn't care. The beast carriage continued to move forward smoothly, its speed like the wind. A short while later, they arrived in front of a huge auction house. After getting off the carriage, Hua Yuming pointed to the front and said, "This is Clear Sky Auction House, one of the 3 largest auction houses in the outer city. It has a lot of credibility, and I heard that they will be holding an auction in 5 days. There will be many rare items up for auction." Yang Kai nodded gently, but after a moment, he turned his head and glanced at Hua Yuming. "President Hua, this is your first time here, so why are you a little nervous?" Hua Yuming smiled reluctantly. "It's not my first time here. In fact, I've been here a few times in the past. I wanted to buy something, but I rarely gained anything and the prices were too expensive for this mistress to afford. However, this is my first time putting something up for auction, so I don't know what to do later." "I'm with you. Don't be afraid." Yang Kai cast an encouraging look at her. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Hua Yuming calmed down immediately, thinking that she had an origin king by her side, and not an ordinary origin king at that. This was a master who even Lu Tianfeng had to treat with respect. Although Clear Sky Auction House's forces were not ordinary, if she came to put something up for auction, they wouldn't embarrass her, right? Moreover, wasn't the reason why she had pulled Yang Kai along because she wanted to use his identity as a deterrent? Otherwise, if a small 5-paths chamber of commerce like her were to take out so many land deeds, it would only cause trouble. Considering all this, Hua Yuming calmed down and stepped forward. RS. Chapter 1849. Inside Clear Sky Auction House, the hall was spacious and bright, bustling with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Kai entered with Hua Yuming, a young girl greeted them with a smile, bowed respectfully, and softly said, "Greetings, Master. May I ask if the two Master have come to Clear Sky Auction House to reserve a seat for a few days from now, or to submit an item for auction? Or do you have other important matters to attend to?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Under his powerful divine sense, this young girl's cultivation was immediately revealed. She was a first-order Saint King cultivator, and although her strength was not very high, it was not low either. Serving as a maidservant in this hall was a display of Clear Sky Auction House's grandeur. Throughout the hall, there were at least 80 people like this young girl. "We are here to submit an item for auction." Hua Yuming restored her usual calmness and smiled lightly. "May I ask how?" "So you're here to submit an item for auction?" The young girl smiled sweetly. "It's like this, Master. Our auction house does not accept items worth less than 1,000,000 Saint crystals. If the value of the item, Master, is more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals, the requirements will be met. As for items worth more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 5,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant can handle them. If the value is more than 5,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 50,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant will not have this privilege and will need the help of other stewards." "What if it exceeds 50,000,000 Saint crystals?" Hua Yuming asked in a low voice. Although Hua Yuming did not know the exact value of the more than 30 land deeds, it was definitely more than 50,000,000 Saint crystals. The young girl's face changed slightly, but soon she smiled like a flower. "If that's the case, Steward of Clear Sky Auction House will personally handle this. Manager Lee of our auction house will personally receive you. Sirs, this way please." She also understood that the value of the items these two Master wanted to auction was not something she and her steward could handle, so without hesitation, she led the two into the interior of the auction house. Her heart was also filled with joy. After all, in her line of work, if she really managed to close a deal with a guest, she would be rewarded handsomely. From beginning to end, Yang Kai did not say a single word and simply stood quietly behind Hua Yuming like a guard. making the young girl feel that Hua Yuming's background was not simple. She did not dare show the slightest neglect. Through the bustling hall, the three of them arrived at an extremely quiet courtyard. It was as if they had entered another world. The noise of the outside world instantly disappeared and was replaced by a small bridge and flowing water. The sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. After walking for a while on the winding gravel road, Zhang Ruiqiang and Zhang Ruiqiang finally stopped. The trio soon arrived in front of an oval-shaped arched door. The young woman took out a communication artifact from her space ring and poured her divine sense into it. A short while later, there was a flash of light on the arched door, which was a sign that the restriction had been lifted. The young girl then turned around and respectfully said, "Master, please come in. Someone will receive you. This servant will take her leave for now." With that, she turned around and left. Hua Yuming and Yang Kai exchanged a glance before stepping through the arch and entering the courtyard. A woman who looked to be in her 40s walked towards them. She bowed and said, "Are the two guests here to auction something?" Hua Yuming nodded and replied, "Please come with me." The woman turned around to lead the way, but the moment she turned around, she glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai also smiled at her meaningfully, causing the woman's complexion to change slightly and her pace to become a little disordered. After walking for a while, the pair came to a stone pavilion where the fragrance of tea filled the air. A woman in a floral dress was brewing tea, her movements elegant and graceful. "Young lady, the guests have arrived," the woman walked over and said before standing aside and waiting. "Manager Li?" Hua Yuming asked with some surprise. She did not seem to have expected that the manager of this huge auction house would be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. In terms of appearance and temperament, Hua Yuming could not help but sigh. "Are you surprised, honored guest?" Manager Li raised her head and glanced at Hua Yuming, pursed her lips, and winked playfully at Hua Yuming. "Why? Does honored guest think I should be a man?" No. Hua Yuming quickly waved her hand. "I was a little surprised, but I admire you even more." "Oh?" Manager Li glanced at Hua Yuming in surprise, but immediately seemed to understand something and nodded. "It seems that honored guest is also the manager of a great force and has something in common with me. How could a small chamber of commerce dare compare with your esteemed house?" Hua Yuming said modestly. Regardless of how big or small a force is, the manager bears the expectations and future of all her brothers and sisters. The burden on her shoulders is very heavy. Hua Yuming nodded again and again. These two women, as soon as they met, seemed to have found a common topic to talk about, as if they were close friends. The woman next to her could not help coughing lightly. "Young lady, these two guests are here to auction something." "Haha." Manager Li smiled apologetically. "My apologies. My heart was touched and I spoke from the bottom of my heart. Please take a seat." Hua Yuming hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. Manager Li was about to speak when she suddenly looked down at the jade pendant on her waist. In the next moment, she raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Master, please forgive this humble woman's ignorance and offended Master just now. I hope Master will not take offense." "Oh?" Yang Kai glanced at the jade pendant on Manager Li's waist with a smile and said with some surprise, "This thing can sense my cultivation?" "My apologies, Master," Manager Li said softly. Manager Li said softly, "This mistress has many people coming and going here every day, and there are always some masters who hide their cultivation like Sir. This mistress is just an origin returning realm master and is unable to see through their depths, so this mistress deliberately created this artifact to avoid offending such a master. This mistress has no malicious intent." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I understand. But why are you acting so fearful?" Without even mentioning that Clear Sky Auction House is a powerful force in Purple Star City, with this madam's protection, Manager Li shouldn't be afraid, right? Saying so, Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman's face changed slightly as she whispered, "Your Excellency's strength is indeed profound. Not only did you manage to hide from this mistress' perception, you were also able to see through this mistress' depths. This mistress admires you greatly." Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he first saw this woman, he noticed that she was a first-order origin king, but she seemed to have cultivated some kind of concealment technique, so he could not see any signs of an origin king from her. Only those whose cultivation surpassed hers would be able to see through her. Yang Kai was now a second-order origin king, and his divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-order master, so this woman's strength could not be hidden from him. For an auction house to have an origin king realm master, it seemed Clear Sky Auction House had quite the background. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became inexplicably dignified. Manager Lee chuckled. Let's not pay attention to these minor details. I think everyone here has their own difficulties, so let's get down to business. With her interruption, the atmosphere immediately softened. This mistress is Li Nuo. May I ask what two guests have come here to auction? After Li Nuo introduced herself, she turned to Hua Yuming and asked, It's this, Hua Yuming said as she took out the box containing the land deeds and placed it in front of Li Nuo. Li Nuo took the box suspiciously and examined it carefully, quickly discovering that although this box was precious, it was not a priceless treasure, so she immediately understood that it was just a box for storing things. Opening the box, the land deeds inside came into view. Li Nuo took them out and her beautiful eyes shrank as she exclaimed, These are... The woman's eyes swept over, and she was also shocked. Land deeds? Could these be land deeds for Purple Star City? They are all land deeds for Purple Star City. Li Nuo carefully checked them one by one, the expression on her face becoming more and more dignified. There are so many of them, and they're all on the same street? Hua Yuming smiled slightly. These land deeds include the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Li Nuo's tender body trembled. Even though she was used to seeing great winds and waves and had handled countless precious objects, she could not help being taken aback at this moment. Purple Star City's land deeds, one that included all the land deeds on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Such a thing alone was already extremely valuable, not to mention all of them together. The value of these land deeds would at least double. Suddenly, Li Nuo seemed to think of something and looked at Hua Yuming in amazement. Elder sister, are you from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? Hua Yuming asked in surprise. Manager Li has also heard of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. She was quite surprised. After all, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was not a great force in Purple Star City. There were at least 8,000 existences like Five Paths Chamber of Commerce that struggled at the bottom of society. Clear Sky Auction House's strength was extraordinary, so how could it have heard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? I've never heard of it before, but only recently. Li Nuo glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully and said, I heard that someone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was bold enough to beat up Deacon Min and a guard captain at the city gate. But not only did they emerge unscathed, Commander Lu Tianfeng even personally came to apologize to Master. As soon as Elder Sister took out these land deeds, Junior Sister knew that they were Commander Lu's apology. Only Commander Lu is qualified to transfer these things. News spread so quickly? Hua Yuming frowned. I'm afraid it's not that the news spread quickly, but rather that Clear Sky Auction House's means are quite good, right? Yang Kai looked at Li Nuo with a smile. Li Nuo's pretty face blushed as she smiled awkwardly. When doing business in Purple Star City, one naturally has to be observant. I've shown Master a joke, and not many people know about this apology. Our Clear Sky Auction House is one of them, but what happened at the city gate yesterday? I'm afraid everyone in the city knows about it. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's reputation will definitely soar this time. The entire city knows? Hua Yuming's face turned pale. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was a small force, but now it had suddenly become the focus of the entire city. This was likely a disaster, not a blessing. She could not help casting a pleading look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned for her to calm down, allowing Hua Yuming to calm down. Chapter 1850. Is Elder Sister sure you want to auction off all these land deeds? Li Nuo was a businesswoman, so now that business had come knocking on her door, she did not consider anything else and quickly entered the mood to ask Hua Yuming. In all of them, Hua Yuming nodded. Although she already had her own plans, these things were only available to her because of Yang Kai's existence. Since Yang Kai suggested she sell them all, she naturally would not object. It's a pity. Li Nua sighed. If you had kept them yourself, with elder sister's means, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have become famous in less than 10 years. Manager Li is too kind. I don't have such ability. Hua Yuming quickly waved her hand. Elder sister doesn't need to be so modest. Although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is not famous today, with this master's help. Halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a bitter smile on Hua Yuming's face and immediately understood that Yang Kai would not stay in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce for long. So she quickly stopped and smiled. Good. Since elder sister wants to sell all these land deeds, younger sister will naturally accept. However, younger sister would like to ask, does elder sister want to sell these land deeds separately or as a whole? Hua Yuming frowned and fell into contemplation. As a businesswoman, she naturally knew the difference between selling land deeds separately and not. If they were sold separately, it was guaranteed that they would be easy to sell. After all, although each land deed was worth a lot, there would always be many chambers of commerce or great forces that could afford it. However, this way, there would not be the advantage of selling them as a whole. However, if they were auctioned as a whole, the more than 30 land deeds would be too expensive. The value was too great, and there weren't many forces that could buy it. But correspondingly, the value would increase a lot because of the land deed. Both methods had their own advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult to say which was better. She cast her eyes to Yang Kai, wanting Yang Kai to give her an idea. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I can fight, but I don't know anything about this kind of thing, so it's better to listen to Manager Li's opinion. Hua Yuming's eyes lit up as she stared at Li Nua. Li Nua pursed her lips and smiled. Since Master is so generous, this young woman will act presumptuously. Elder sister. Younger sister's suggestion is to sell them as a whole. The starting price is 100 million Saint crystals. 100 million. Hua Yuming's pretty face changed drastically as her voice trembled. She almost fainted from happiness, thinking of the 20 to 30 brothers of her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce who had worked hard for a year. The most he could earn was only 1 million Saint crystals. After deducting their respective cultivation expenses, there were also some chambers of commerce that were able to save up less than 200,000 for various expenses. To her, 100 million was simply inconceivable. Does elder sister think that this price is very high? Li Nua smiled. Let's do some calculations. Although the Soaring Dragon Avenue isn't a prosperous area in Purple Star City's outer city, it's definitely not bad. In such a place, the price of the land deeds for a 15-meter shop is probably between 5 million and 8 million, which is already considered cheap. If it were in a more prosperous area, it would be impossible to obtain one without at least 20 million. On the Soaring Dragon Avenue, let's say that each shop is worth 6 million. If there are 30 shops, that would be 180 million. Moreover, these deeds are all linked together. It's extremely convenient for those big forces or big businesses to buy them as a whole. Therefore, the value will be increased by a few %. So, does elder sister think that the starting price of 100 million is still considered high? Hua Yuming was stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time, her tender body constantly trembling. The impact of Li Nua's words on her was too great. Although she had realized that the value of the 30 land deeds was not low before, she had not calculated it carefully at all. Now that Li Nua said this, she truly realized what kind of wealth she had obtained. This was something that her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could never obtain even if it operated for a lifetime. Seeing her frozen in place, Li Nua did not urge her, and instead picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup of tea for Hua Yuming and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his cup and took a sip before asking, Sister Li, if we were to auction these land deeds as a whole, how many great forces in Purple Star City would be able to buy them all? At least 10 have this ability. Master shouldn't underestimate the great forces in Purple Star City. Although it won't be easy for them to gather hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, as long as we let them know in advance and give them some time to gather, they should be able to do so. Good. Since that's the case, let's auction them as a whole. President Hua, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Hua Yuming and asked. Hua Yuming nodded, her face flushing with excitement as she said blankly, I'll follow Master's decision. Then let's do as we say. Yang Kai chuckled. knowing that Hua Yuming was unable to think straight at this moment, so he took the initiative to make the decision for her. Master, please rest assured, there are still 5 days before the next auction. This mistress will advertise the auction properly, so that your Chamber of Commerce can sell these land deeds for a good price. Li Nua promised Yang Kai seriously. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Good. According to the rules of our auction house, after an item is successfully auctioned, a 5% fee will be charged. But since this transaction is so large, this mistress will give Master a discount of 2%. How does that sound? Although it was only a 3% discount, because of the massive foundation, it was still a considerable amount of Saint crystals. Yang Kai was quite surprised, but he had no reason to refuse, so he said, "This one will thank Sister Li on behalf of President Hua." Li Nua was startled, but she understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, but she didn't care too much, simply smiling lightly and saying to the woman beside her, "Aunt Chun, take 2 VIP invitations and hand them to this master." "Yes." Aunt Chun responded, taking out 2 golden invitations from her space ring and placing them in front of Yang Kai. Li Nua explained with a smile, "In 5 days, Master and President Hua will be able to enter the auction with these invitations. This mistress will arrange everything. There will be many good things at the auction, so Master must attend. Perhaps there will be a treasure that catches your eye." "I'll definitely come." Yang Kai smiled and nodded before putting away the invitations, immediately calling out to Hua Yuming, who had not yet recovered, and leading her out. Aunt Chun escorted them all the way out of the auction house before returning. "Young lady, why did you show so much goodwill to that person? Is it because of the second young master?" Aunt Chun looked at Li Nua, who had a worried look on her face, and asked. "And why else would Aunt Chun think I took the initiative to reduce the fee by 3%? Those 3% represented nearly 10 million Saint crystals." Li Nua smiled bitterly before sighing. "But that person is very cautious and doesn't seem to appreciate it." And Aunt Chun also sighed. At that time, Yang Kai had said, "On behalf of President Hua, I thank Sister Li for her kindness." From this sentence, Li Nua and Aunt Chun knew that the other party was a cautious person and did not accept Li Nua's kindness. Instead, he pushed Hua Yuming forward, leaving Li Nua helpless for a while. "I don't know what happened to second young master, but there was a fight in the sky just now. Did Aunt Chun sense it clearly?" Li Nua looked at the woman and asked. "It ended too quickly." Aunt Chun shook her head. "I'm afraid that someone on second young master's side tried to escape Purple Star City but failed." "Huh." Li Nua sighed. "President is too cruel. Both of them are his own flesh and blood. Yet he sent second young master to such a place while third young master enjoyed all the glory. Young lady." Aunt Chun was taken aback and quickly winked at her. Li Nua smiled lightly and said, "I know, Aunt Chun. There are no outsiders here, so I'm just complaining in front of you. We can't investigate the situation here too clearly, so we can't reveal ourselves rashly, so we can only rely on someone else. The master of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce is of unknown origin, but even Lu Tianfeng is afraid of him, so his strength and power must be quite high. I originally wanted to ask him to inquire about second young master's situation on my behalf, but now it seems that won't be possible." Aunt Chun frowned and said, "Young lady, don't worry. Although second young master sometimes acts rashly, the heavens help the worthy, so I'm afraid he will be fine. What's more, although Purple Star is powerful, they won't dare to move against our people. In particular, second young master's identity is different, so he won't be in any danger, but I'm afraid some physical pain will be inevitable." "That's what I'm worried about. Second young master has been pampered all these years, so how could he possibly endure physical pain?" A trace of determination appeared on Aunt Chun's face as she said, "If young lady is still worried, let me ask Elder Peng." "Peng who?" Li Nua frowned. "That person isn't a good thing. He's a lecher, Aunt Chun. Don't go looking for him." "Rest assured, young lady." Aunt Chun smiled faintly. "Although that old thing Peng who is unscrupulous, it is precisely because of this that we have an opportunity. At worst, I'll just give him some benefits. His strength isn't as good as mine, so I won't suffer a loss." Saying so, Aunt Chun made up her mind and said, "Then it's settled. I'll go find him now." "Aunt Chun." Li Nua's face stiffened, but in the next moment, Aunt Chun disappeared. Li Nua suddenly became anxious and could only secretly pray that Aunt Chun would not really suffer a loss at Peng Hu's hands. Yang Kai and Hua Yuming left Clear Sky Auction House, the latter still in a daze. Her cheeks were red and her excitement could not be calmed as the 100 million Saint crystals constantly lingered in her mind. Occasionally glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this person, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have been razed yesterday, and all her brothers and sisters would have been killed. How could such a great thing have happened? At this moment, Hua Yuming suddenly felt that she could rely on the other party. This feeling warmed her heart and made her somewhat infatuated. For so many years, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had been led by her, and as Li Nua said, everyone's future had been placed on her shoulders. The burden was really heavy, and it was not something her delicate body could bear. But this time, someone had become her backbone, allowing her to experience what it was like to rely on someone else. For a while, she was unable to extricate herself as she kept thinking about how good it would be if she could always rely on someone like this in the future. Chapter 1851. Isn't this President Hua? Just as Hua Yuming was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from the side. After hearing this voice, Hua Yuming could not help frowning and turning her head to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a man who looked about 10 years old walked straight towards her, grinning as he walked, his eyes constantly sweeping back and forth over Hua Yuming's sensitive parts. This man wore luxurious clothes and seemed to have a great background, but his pair of naturally slanted eyes gave him a sinister aura. Being stared at by him like this, Hua Yuming suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind this man, there were two origin-returning realm cultivator with indifferent looks on their faces. At first glance, it was obvious they were guards. Zhang Chao. Hua Yuming's beautiful eyes could not help flashing a look of disgust and dread, but soon, she remembered that she was not alone now and had Yang Kai by her side, so she quickly regained her indifference. Haha, it's really a small world. To actually meet President Hua here, it must be fate. Zhang Chao did not seem to notice Hua Yuming's repulsive posture and still had a warm look on his face. President Jiang must be joking. You and I are both presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. There is no fate between you and me, Hua Yuming said indifferently. Hearing this blatant flirting, Hua Yuming's pretty face could not help sinking as she shouted, President Jiang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Haha, why would I need to conduct myself with dignity in front of you? We will soon be a family, Zhang Chao laughed. By the way, what about the matter I told you half a year ago? This duke does not have the patience to continue waiting. Half a year ago, you suddenly left Purple Star City, making it impossible for me to find you. Now that we have met, you should give this duke an answer quickly. Hua Yuming's face suddenly became ugly as she ground her teeth and glared at him. Zhang Chao sneered, President Hua, you should know. Your little Chamber of Commerce won't be able to achieve anything. So what can two kittens do? Why don't you merge with this duke's Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce? Under this duke's leadership, what need do you have to worry about not developing in the future? If it weren't for President Hua being a woman, shouldering such a heavy responsibility, do you think this guild would allow you to take advantage of it? This duke is someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I can't bear to see a beauty suffer. President Jiang, I've already given you a clear answer last time. It is impossible for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to merge with your Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce. Please give up and stop pestering me. After Hua Yuming finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai and said, Let's go. You want to fight here? Hua Yuming exclaimed, This is Purple Star City. Ha! Zhang Chao sneered, So what if it's Purple Star City? Guild leader Hua, it seems that my previous friendliness has caused some misunderstanding. Have you forgotten my identity? Not to mention that this duke hasn't made a move yet, even if I did. So what? What's more, this duke heard that the people of your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce caused trouble at the city gate yesterday. Although I don't know why you are still safe and sound. If this duke captures you and hands you over to the guard army, he will be rewarded meritoriously. Hearing him talk about his identity, Hua Yuming seemed to think of something, and her pretty face couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Chao sneered, "President Hua, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This duke doesn't have that much patience. If you give me a satisfactory answer now, we will still be family in the future. If not." Hua Yuming looked helpless as she looked towards Yang Kai imploringly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he had no choice but to step forward and pat Hua Yuming on the shoulder, signaling her to retreat behind him. Looking at Jiang Chao lightly, he chuckled, "This friend, did you forget to bring something when you went out?" Jiang Chao looked Yang Kai up and down from the corner of his eyes and said fiercely, "Where did this little punk come from? You dare talk to this duke like that?" Seeing Hua Yuming acting docile and respectful towards Yang Kai, Jiang Chao's heart was filled with anger, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. "Daring to call yourself this duke in front of me, you really did forget to bring something when you went out." Yang Kai chuckled. Jiang Chao's expression became cold. "Little one, tell me, what did this duke forget to bring?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, but before Jiang Chao could react, he was tapped on the forehead. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Friend, did you forget to bring your brain when you went out?" Jiang Chao staggered back a few steps as a look of horror appeared on his face. He was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to resist being tapped on the forehead by this young man. It was obvious that this young man was much stronger than him. If this young man had really wanted to kill him just now, how could he have survived? Considering all this, Jiang Chao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and became angry out of shame as he shouted, "Bastard, you dare insult me?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you brought your brain with you when you went out, how could you not understand why we are still safe today even though we beat someone at the city gate yesterday? What reason?" Jiang Chao was confused by Yang Kai's words. It turns out that friend didn't bring his brain with him when he went out, but instead grew a pig's brain. Yang Kai showed a look of sudden realization. Poochie. Hua Yuming, who was listening to the side, could not help laughing, but immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly covered her red lips with her small hand. Impudence. Jiang Chao was furious and his Saint Chi began to circulate involuntarily, as if he was about to fight with Yang Kai. The two cultivator who had been following behind him paled and quickly stepped forward to stop him. One of them seemed to realize something and whispered a few words into Jiang Chao's ear. Jiang Chao stiffened and shouted angrily, "Has a backer? Even if he has a backer, can it be greater than this duke's? This duke is a member of the Jiang family, and Purple Star's 8th elder is my Jiang family's granduncle. Who can have a stronger backer than me?" Yang Kai was stunned and glanced over at Hua Yuming. "Purple Star's 8th elder is a member of his Jiang family?" "Yes, Elder Jiang Changfeng is the most senior member of his Jiang family." Hua Yuming nodded solemnly. It was precisely because of this that she was helpless to deal with Jiang Chao's entanglement. Although Jiang Chao and the 8th elder were separated by many generations and would only meet a few times a year, with such a background, Jiang Chao could still walk sideways in Purple Star City. Jiang Chao had designs on her 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce and Hua Yuming, and if Hua Yuming had not been avoiding him, it was likely he would have ended up in a miserable state. "Little, are you afraid now?" Jiang Chao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Kneel down and admit your mistake now, and this duke can spare your life. Otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chao with a smile, not showing the slightest fear. "You've got guts, little brat." Jiang Chao's anger rose and he waved his hand. "Capture him." The two cultivators behind him hesitated for a moment. Although they knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, since Jiang Chao had given them an order, they did not dare disobey. Both of them flickered and rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. Both of them were origin-returning realm masters with extraordinary means. Although they had not been able to figure out Yang Kai's depths, they felt that if the two of them joined forces, he would not be able to resist. But what happened next surprised them greatly. Just as they rushed to Kai Yang's side, before they could even use their own methods, they saw Kai Yang grin at them and then send out 2 slaps to their left and right. His movements were casual and unrestrained, as if he was driving away a mosquito. However, These two palms caused the two cultivators to be drawn into a vortex of power that they could not break free from. This is not good. The two cultivators shouted at the same time as they madly pushed their Saint Chi to resist, but in front of this vortex of power, their Saint Chi was as fragile as paper and shattered in an instant. Two screams rang out as the two cultivator who had rushed over were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the shops on both sides of the street, creating large holes in them. In an instant, the nearby shops were filled with curses and many cultivator rushed out of the damaged shops, looking around, wondering who dared to hurt people in Purple Star City. C. Jiang Chao was left standing in place, his eyes bulging as he sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling his lungs ache. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Origin King Realm?" Although his two guards were not the top Origin returning realm masters, they were definitely not bad, but the two of them had been sent flying with just two palms. Without the strength of an Origin King Realm Master, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a feat. This unassuming guy who was less handsome than him and had been called a bastard by him turned out to be an Origin King Realm Master. The soles of Jiang Chao's feet were cramping as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, feeling that the smile on his face at this moment was incredibly terrifying. He wanted to escape, but to his horror, he found that he could not summon even a trace of Saint Chi or strength. His feet seemed to be fixed in place, and he could only watch as Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. The aura of death washed over him, making Jiang Chao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who dares act presumptuously in Purple Star City? An angry roar suddenly rang out, and immediately afterwards, the figures of the guards flickered out of the crowd and surrounded Yang Kai and Jiang Chao in an instant, glaring at the two of them with unfriendly looks on their faces. Purple Star City has decreed that fighting and killing is strictly prohibited in the city. If anyone is found to have committed such a crime, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be thrown into the frozen prison, or they will be killed on the spot. Commander Master has repeatedly issued this order, but there is still someone who dares to ignore it. Good. Today, this Vice Commander will make you understand that those who dare to fight in Purple Star City, it turns out to be the Master. Chu Zheng greets the Master. Chapter 1852. The speed of Purple Star City's guard army was undoubtedly very fast. Yang Kai had just sent the two third-order Origin returning realm cultivator flying when someone arrived at the scene in less than 5 breaths. What's more, this person was one of Purple Star City's 8 vice commanders, Chu Zheng. Hearing Chu Zheng's shout just now, all the onlookers felt that Yang Kai had gotten himself into big trouble this time and was definitely doomed. In Purple Star City, there were very few fights, so the guard army had nothing to do all day long. Whenever they encountered a dispute, they would have to deal with it as if it were a small matter. But today, someone dared to fight in the streets, so what good could come out of it? After hearing Chu Zheng's voice, Jiang Chao was so excited that his eyes burst into tears, like a young wife who had been wronged seeing her husband's family, eagerly staring in the direction Chu Zheng had come from, waiting for him to uphold justice for him. However, Chu Zheng's next attitude change made Jiang Chao suddenly have a bad feeling. Chu Zheng actually addressed that bastard as Lord, and bowed to him as if he was trying to curry favor with him. What kind of background does this guy have? Jiang Chao was a little dumbfounded. So, it's Commander Chu. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person was the vice commander who had gone to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to deliver the land deed. Although the two had never met face to face, Yang Kai had used his divine sense to investigate him at that time and naturally remembered his appearance. At this moment, a man who could stand together with Hua Yuming and whose strength Chu Zheng was unable to discern could only be the Master Commander Lu had warned him about. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai's voice again, Chu Zheng immediately determined that this was the master who even Commander Lu had to treat with caution. His attitude immediately became even more humble. Quickly waving his hand, he said, "This Chu wouldn't dare. Master is too kind." In front of Master, how could this Chu dare call himself commander? After saying so, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened here?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai chuckled. Pointing to Jiang Chao, he continued, "This friend wanted to rely on his status to annex President Hua's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, But after being rejected by President Hua, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to use force. I couldn't stand it, so I taught them a lesson. What? Chu Jing flew into a rage. Who dares to use force against President Hua? Are you tired of living? While speaking, a pair of dignified eyes looked towards Jiang Chao. When he saw Jiang Chao's face clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Young Master Jiang? After recognizing Jiang Chao, Chu Zheng's mood immediately turned sour. Chu Zheng wished he had never come here. But there was no point in regretting it now. Chu Zheng could only curse Jiang Chao in his heart. He thought to himself that this stupid second-generation heir could have offended anyone. Now that he had offended this master, it was going to be difficult for him as well. So it's Commander Chu. I asked Commander Chu to uphold justice for this young master. Jiang Chao saw the fear on Chu Zheng's face and was overjoyed. Looking at Chu Zheng pitifully, he said, Commander Chu, this young master didn't use force against President Hua. I just wanted to discuss the merger of the Chambers of Commerce with President Hua. Commander Chu, you know how business works. It's nothing more than mutual consent. But this guy actually injured 2 of my guards. Commander Chu, look, my 2 guards have yet to wake up, and I don't even know if they're alive or dead. They have elders and children to take care of, so how can they live in the future? When it came to the emotional part, Jiang Chao actually started to cry and complain with snot and tears. Cold sweat appeared on Chu Zheng's forehead as he kept wiping it with his hand. With things having gotten to this point, it was no longer something a small vice commander like him could handle. If things went wrong, he would end up offending both sides. Commander Chu, as you just said, Purple Star City strictly forbids fighting and injuring people in the city. If there is a violation, the light punishment is to have their cultivation crippled and thrown into the frost prison, while the heavy punishment is to be killed on the spot. This man has flouted Purple Star City's laws, so I asked Commander Chu to enforce the law impartially and restore my Purple Star City to its former glory. Jiang Chao spoke excitedly as he danced around, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being punished. Yang Kai just stared at him like he was a fool. Chu Zheng's face was also extremely ugly, wishing he could sew Jiang Chao's mouth shut. Purple Star City did have these rules, but it also depended on who they were dealing with. Those with backgrounds could ignore these rules, and the master standing in front of Chu Zheng was obviously one of them. Chu Zheng didn't have the courage to punish Yang Kai, nor did he have the ability to do so. But Jiang Chao's words had forced him into a desperate situation, making him feel as if he was being roasted over a fire. Chu Zheng couldn't help hating Jiang Chao to death in his heart. Commander Chu, do you want to arrest this king? Yang Kai looked at Chu Zheng with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Master is being too serious. Chu Zheng's forehead was dripping with sweat as his face flushed red. There must be something fishy about this matter. This Chu needs to investigate before making a decision. Jiang Chao's triangular eyes widened as he shouted in dissatisfaction, Commander Chu, don't lie through your teeth. My 2 guards being injured is a fact. What more is there to investigate? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Chu Zheng cursed fiercely in his heart. Just as Chu Zheng was at a loss and didn't know how to deal with this matter, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had heard something, and immediately after, a look of joy appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zheng restored his calm demeanor and swept his sharp eyes over Jiang Chao. Under the latter's stunned gaze, Chu Zheng shouted, Young Master Jiang, the matter has been investigated. Today's matter was not this master's fault, but rather your actions. You were the first to act and disrespect this master, so the master decided to punish you. Huh. Jiang Chao's face froze, never having expected Chu Zheng to dare say such a thing. What's more, all he did was stand in place and do nothing, so how could this matter be investigated? Young Master Jiang, since it's your fault, then please follow this vice commander. Chu Zheng was already filled with anger towards Jiang Chao, but now that someone was backing him up, he wasn't afraid and simply stared at Jiang Chao coldly. Chu Zheng, you dare? Jiang Chao shouted, you dare arrest me? This young master is the grandson of 8th Elder. If today's matter is known to 8th Elder, do you think you will have a good end? Chu Zheng's complexion changed slightly, but soon, he sneered and said, Young Master Zhang's courage is too great. This vice commander represents Purple Star City and Purple Star. Even if this matter is brought to Eighth Elder's attention, he will not say anything. Yet you dare to contradict and threaten this vice commander? Do you not put Purple Star in your eyes? How could I? Jiang Chao wore an aggrieved expression, never having imagined that things would develop to this extent. Whether you do or not is not up to you to decide. Come with this vice commander. Chu Zheng, don't use a chicken feather as an arrow. Think carefully about this young master's identity. Jiang Chao shouted fiercely. Chu Zheng waved his hand impatiently and shouted, "Seize him!" Several Purple Star City guards rushed up and quickly subdued Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao was still struggling. As he struggled, he cursed loudly. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears. Chu Zheng frowned and ordered, "Seal his meridians." The guard who had captured Jiang Chao received this order and stretched out his hand to press down on Jiang Chao's back, silencing him. Vice Commander Chu enforces the law impartially and has a noble character. This king admires him greatly. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Chu Zheng with a smile. Chu Zheng blushed and said humbly, "Master is too polite. This Chu was simply doing his duty. Since the culprit has been captured, this Chu will not disturb Master's mood any further. Master, please do as you wish. This Chu will take his leave." "Take care." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chu Zheng shouted and led the many guards away quickly. The many onlookers were still in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Chao, who had dominated Purple Star City, would be captured and taken away by Chu Zheng. Everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression with great dread, guessing what this person's origins were and why Chu Zheng's attitude had changed. Hua Yuming also wore a blank look. Although she knew that Kai Yang's identity was definitely not ordinary since even Lu Tianfeng was afraid of him, but in front of so many people, Chu Zheng's actions were no different from slapping 8th Elder Jiang Chongfeng's face. How could Yang Kai's identity be so high that Chu Zheng would make such a choice? Was he even more powerful than Purple Star's 8th Elder? Hua Yuming stared at the tall figure in a daze, as if she was looking at a fog that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Let's go," Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yuming before walking off in the direction of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction and smiled slightly. Hua Yuming followed him blankly. Somewhere 1,000 meters away from the place where Yang Kai and Jiang Chao had a conflict, there was a restaurant called the Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven. The Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had a total of 9 floors. The 4th floor and below were for ordinary cultivators to drink and have fun, while the 4th floor and above were only for cultivators with strength and status. The higher the floor, the higher the requirements. As for the 9th floor, only the top masters were entertained, not just because one had money, but also because one had a high reputation and status. It was said that the Number 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had even entertained several elders of Purple Star. At this moment, on the 9th floor, 2 people were sitting by the window, looking down. One of them was an old man with half-squinted eyes that flashed with a faint light. This person's aura was restrained to the extreme, but occasionally, a trace of Origin King realm fluctuations would leak out, indicating he was an Origin King realm master. Opposite this old man sat a young man dressed like a young master. This young man held a feather fan and had an air of arrogance about him, giving him an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 1853. One old man and one young man both stared at Yang Kai's back as he left, not speaking for a long time. The old man's expression was dignified, but the young man seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, a faint smile appearing on his face. After Yang Kai's back disappeared from sight, the young man smiled slightly. "Interesting. Rude brat." The old man coldly snorted. "Why does old Ji say that?" The young man looked at the old man with some surprise. Ji Jun snorted. That little brat discovered this old master and second young master were hiding here and probably knew that Chu Zheng's change in attitude just now was related to us. But instead of thanking us, he simply left. If that's not rude, then what is? The young man was slightly startled. That person even discovered old Ji's hiding place? Ji Jun nodded. Second young master may not have seen clearly, but that person glanced towards us before he left. Obviously, He had discovered us long ago. The young man raised his brow. Old G is a master at the peak of the first-order realm, and his divine sense is no weaker than that of an ordinary second-order master. Yet he was able to discover Old G. Doesn't that mean he really has a second-order cultivation? Ji Jun frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, this old master didn't dare to spy too obviously, so he was unable to determine what kind of cultivation this person possessed. Although Lu Tianfeng had direct contact with him, according to Lu Tianfeng, he couldn't see through the other party's background. It seems that even if this person isn't as good as this old master, he isn't far behind. As for whether he really is a second-order master, that remains to be seen. The young man grinned. Good, good. No wonder he dares act so arrogant. He's a man of skill. This young master likes this kind of appearance. Second young master. Ji Jun looked at the young man hesitantly. Do you want to recruit this person? The young man nodded. During this period of time, Purple Star City has been filled with turbulent undercurrents. The party led by Great Elder has been actively acting and has already encroached on many places they shouldn't have. If this young lord does not take action, Purple Star's surname will change. Ji Jun's face changed slightly as he coldly snorted. Great Elder and the others are seeking their own deaths. When Lord returns, they will definitely be held accountable. As for you, second young master, you've been keeping a low profile for so many years. Why are you so anxious this time? Although his lord and eldest young master had been missing for almost 2 years, when his lord left 2 years ago, he said that he and eldest young master were going to handle some important matters. He would be back in a few days. What if His Majesty returns and finds out that second young master? Second young master, you need to know. With his lord's ability, there weren't many people in Star Territory who could threaten him, and even fewer who wanted to kill him. He will come back sooner or later. A faint trace of worry flashed across the young man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He chuckled and said, Old G is right. It's not that this young master is in a hurry, but time doesn't wait for me. What's more, I'm doing this for the Z family, not for my own selfish desires. Even if my father comes back, he won't blame me much. I hope so. Ji Jun nodded worriedly. Seeing that the young man was determined, he didn't try to persuade him any further. Old Ji, with your insight, do you think it's possible for me to recruit this person? The young man stared in the direction Yang Kai had left and asked. Everyone has a price. It all depends on whether or not second young master can afford it. As long as we cater to his tastes, we'll be able to act. What Old Ji said is right, the young man smiled slightly. It seems that I need to find out what he likes first. TSK, Purple Star's third venerable. This power cannot be underestimated. At this critical moment, I must not let him slip away from this young master's palm. Saying so, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to grasp the world, his purple hair flying in the wind. Yang Kai took Hua Yuming back to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, but when he returned, he could not help frowning and looking inside. He found that there was an Origin King Realm Master inside the Chamber of Commerce who was sitting in a room in the backyard. Yang Kai did not know what this master was doing, but the aura he was giving off was unfamiliar and definitely not Lu Tianfeng's. Gao Hong hurried out of the Chamber of Commerce to greet him with an anxious look on her face. Sister Hong, what's wrong? Hua Yuming looked at Gao Hong suspiciously. Gao Hong glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, Eighth Elder is waiting in the back hall. Master. Eighth Elder? Hua Yuming felt dizzy and almost lost her footing, her beautiful eyes looking towards Yang Kai with a complicated expression as her heart filled with unease. Since Yang Kai had appeared in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, these Master Realm Masters, who she had only heard of in the past, had appeared one after another in the small territory of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, making Hua Yuming feel like she was dreaming. The small Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was like an invisible whirlpool that sucked in these Master Realm Masters one by one. What worried Hua Yuming was that any one of these Master Realm Masters could crush the Chamber of Commerce with a single finger. At this moment, however, the one who had come was the Eighth Elder, Jiang Chao's granduncle. Could it be that the Eighth Elder had come here because of what had just happened? Hua Yuming suddenly panicked and could only look at Yang Kai imploringly. Master. Yang Kai frowned. I'll go and take a look. Although he had long expected that once he took out the venerable token, it would attract countless troubles, he really hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Purple Star's eighth elder was someone Yang Kai had never met before, but he was definitely an Origin King Realm Master, so Yang Kai didn't know why he was looking for him. However, the eighth elder's arrival shouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Chao. After all, time was of the essence, so it was impossible for the other party to act so quickly. It seemed that this eighth elder had come looking for him for something else. In the back hall, an old man with a white face and no beard was waiting gloomily with an extremely impatient look on his face. It was Purple Star's eighth elder, Jiang. Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others were all standing in front of him with smiles on their faces, not daring to breathe too loudly. When had they ever seen such a master realm master? Although they had mingled in Purple Star City for many years, the only people they had ever met were Origin Returning Realm and Saint King Realm Cultivator. They had never seen an Origin King Realm Master before. Even when Lu Tianfeng arrived last night, none of them had come into contact with him at such a close distance. But today, an elder with a higher status than Lu Tianfeng had come. What's more, this eighth elder's mood did not seem to be very good. The pressure he was exuding, either intentionally or unintentionally, caused the vitality of Xia Jingwu and the others to tumble, forcing them to suppress it. Otherwise, they would have already coughed up blood. You call this tea? Jiang was impatient from waiting, and he casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then, he was furious and threw the teacup on the ground as he shouted, "How dare all of you? I've personally come here, yet you're using such inferior tea to entertain me? Could it be that you don't put this elder in your eyes?" Xia Jingwu trembled in fright and was forced to his knees by the other party's aura, trembling as he said, "Eighth elder is wise. This lowly one would not dare. This scattered mountain cloud mist tea is the best tea our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce has." "This is the best tea you have? It's like trash." Jiang coldly snorted, a displeased look on his face. Xia Jingwu smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, what kind of identity and status do you have? How could a small chamber of commerce compare to the tea you drink? This scattered mountain cloud mist tea was something the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could only dream of, but in front of Eighth Elder, it was called trash. Hai Tang and Yao Qing looked at the spilled tea on the floor, a look of distress flashing across their eyes. They were reluctant to drink this tea themselves, and had always used it to entertain distinguished guests. "Master, please calm your anger. I'm afraid this tea is not to the master's taste. Would you like this lowly one to go out and buy some better tea for the master?" Xia Jingwu asked cautiously. "Humph, no need." Zhang's face was gloomy. This elder did not come here to drink tea. Where is the person I'm looking for? Why is there no trace of him even now? This. Xia Jingwu turned his head and looked out the door but did not see anyone at all, causing cold sweat to drip down his forehead. Reporting to Eighth Elder, "The master went out with our president early in the morning and we don't know where they went." "You won't go look for him?" Zhang's temper was very bad, and as he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a strong wind towards Xia Jingwu and the others, shouting loudly, "I'll give you a stick of incense worth of time. If you can't find him, what do you want?" Before Jiang could finish his sentence, a faint voice came from outside the door. Just as the voice rang out, a person suddenly appeared in the room. That person stood in front of Xia Jingwu and the others, and with a light lift of his hand, he extinguished the gust of wind that attacked them. "Master!" Xia Jingwu and the others stared at Yang Kai's back and were all overjoyed. "You finally returned." Yao Qing and Hai Tang also looked at Yang Kai with aggrieved expressions. Although they were not familiar with Yang Kai's help just now made them feel deeply grateful to Yang Kai. They were all Origin Kings, but compared to this Eighth Elder, Yang Kai was simply incomparable. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Xia Jingwu and the others, a trace of anger flashing across his face. He stretched out his hand and pulled them up one by one, saying, "You can leave now." "Yes." Xia Jingwu and the others obeyed his orders and ran out of the room one after another. Only after they arrived at the backyard did they gasp for breath, their faces pale. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Jiang coldly, sneering, "Your Excellency is quite awe-inspiring." Jiang frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, his divine sense fluctuating, seemingly wanting to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation, but in the next moment, he discovered that he was unable to see through his opponent's foundation. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, his face changed in horror, because at that moment, the other party's body seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled in his divine sense. Jiang turned pale with fright and desperately urged his divine sense to try to break free. However, the vortex that was pulling in his divine sense strangely disappeared. Jiang was unable to withdraw his divine sense in time, and his knowledge tumbled violently. With a muffled groan, he could not help but take a few steps back, his face turning slightly pale as if he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at him sarcastically. That sneer made Jiang feel a little ashamed. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Forcing himself to focus, he asked angrily, "What is the meaning of this, friend? What do you think?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 1854. Seeing Yang Kai not giving him any face, Jiang Changfeng wore an embarrassed look but didn't continue to argue. After all, he had overestimated himself and tried to use his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, but how could he have known the other party's methods would be so strange that he had suffered a loss? Taking a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his heart, Jiang Changfeng suppressed his anger and asked, "Is this friend Purple Star's third venerable?" Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he walked over to the table, picked up the cut-scattered mountain cloud misty, poured himself a cup, took a sip, and praised, "Good tea, good tea." Jiang Changfeng's old face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He understood that the other party was deliberately saying this because of what happened just now. The other party not giving him any face really put him in a difficult position. Although there was no one else here to see, he was still an origin king. So when had he ever been so despised? Jiang Changfeng couldn't help coldly snorting and saying, "This old master is Purple Star's 8th elder, Jiang Changfeng. May I ask if this friend is my Purple Star's 3rd venerable?" "You." Jiang Changfeng was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Since you know this king is Purple Star's venerable, you still dare act so impudent? Have you lived so many years in vain?" After learning that the person who had come was Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai was not in a good mood. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. He had already experienced Jiang Chao's behavior, so it was obvious that Jiang Changfeng was not a good person either. Seeing Xia Jingwu and the others being intimidated by Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai became even more annoyed. The fate of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and the others could be said to have been implicated by him. So Yang Kai naturally wanted to return the favor, so his attitude and tone were quite unfriendly. A Purple Star Venerable. A Purple Star Venerable. His status was extremely high, no less than the top 3 elders of Purple Star. Jiang Changfeng was only the 8th-ranked elder. It stood to reason that when one saw Yang Kai, one had to show the courtesy of a subordinate, but with Yang Kai abusing this rule, even if Jiang Changfeng was angry, there was nothing he could do. So, after Yang Kai's words left his mouth, Jiang Changfeng's stomach felt like it was on fire, but he could only endure. Taking another deep breath to calm his anger, Jiang Changfeng rolled his eyes. He said, "You said you're a venerable one, so you're a venerable one? Only with a venerable token personally bestowed by Master can one become a venerable of my Purple Star. So far, Master has only bestowed this token to 2 people, but as far as this old Master knows, Your Excellency is not one of them." Jiang Changfeng hurriedly grabbed the honorable token and examined it over and over again, confirming that it was the real deal. A look of suspicion appeared on his face as he muttered, "This venerable token is genuine, but why hasn't my Purple Star Elder Council received any news about the appearance of a 3rd venerable? When did His Majesty bestow this token to Your Excellency? What does that have to do with you?" Yang Kai sneered. "What? 8th Elder, do you think that your master needs to report to you?" Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly said, I dare not say such words. Master's actions are not something this Jiang has any right to question. If you have no right to question, then why are you still being so long-winded? Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed several times, but in the end, he suppressed his anger, held the venerable token in both hands, walked over to Yang Kai, and quickly said, This venerable token has been verified and can confirm that Your Excellency is indeed my Purple Star's third venerable. This old master has offended Your Excellency before and hopes that venerable will forgive him. Yang Kai glanced sideways at him before continuing to drink his tea and mumbling, Do you think this king wants to be your Purple Star's venerable? If it weren't for Zilong's pleas, this king would not have accepted this venerable token. What kind of joke is this? Jiang Chongfeng's jaw dropped as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, not knowing if this young man was just boasting or if he was telling the truth. After all, there was no way to verify this. However, holding on to the venerable token was not appropriate, so seeing Yang Kai not accept it, Jiang Chongfeng could only respectfully place the venerable token on the table and withdraw. Eighth Elder coming here. I'm afraid it wasn't just to verify this king's identity, right? Yang Kai spat out a tea leaf and stared at him indifferently. Jiang Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered that arguing with this guy had almost caused him to forget what he was here for. So he quickly said, Venerable, this Jiang has come here on the orders of Great Elder. Great Elder? Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Elder heard that my Purple Star had produced another venerable and was very pleased. So he specially ordered this Jiang to come and invite Venerable to the inner city for a chat. Not interested. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. What? Jiang Chongfeng stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a look of disbelief filling his face. You don't understand my words? I said I'm not interested. You may leave. Jiang Chongfeng's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat as he stuttered, Venerable, this Jiang said, Great Elder wishes to see you. I heard you. So what? So what? Jiang Chongfeng suddenly realized that the loss he had suffered just now was not unjustified. This inexplicable venerable did not even give face to Purple Star's Great Elder, so why would he care about an eighth elder? Jiang Chongfeng's heart immediately calmed down. However, since he had come here under orders, Jiang Chongfeng naturally could not just go back like this. Frowning, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Venerable, now that Master is not in Purple Star City and Purple Star is under the command of Great Elder, I'm afraid it's not good for Venerable to refuse, right? What's not good about it? Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chongfeng with a smile. This, Jiang Chongfeng thought to himself, you're just pretending to be confused. Not giving face to Great Elder, what's not good about it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, This king is the venerable of Purple Star and is not under the command of Purple Star. Even if Zilong wants to see me, he will have to visit me personally and discuss with this king first. Go back and tell Gong's son Liang that if he wants to see this king, he can come here himself. This king does not have time to listen to his nonsense. The Gong's son Liang Yang Kai spoke of was Purple Star's Great Elder. He was a powerful second-order origin king. Jiang Chongfeng's eyes bulged as he finally realized just how arrogant and domineering this third venerable was. While feeling nervous in his heart, for some unknown reason, he was also secretly delighted. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai saw Jiang Chongfeng still not moving. Shouting impatiently, his voice mixed with his divine sense, causing Jiang Chongfeng's body to tremble and a look of panic to appear on his face. Quickly cupping his fists, he said, Good. This Jiang will take his leave. Venerable, please wait. Saying so, he quickly turned to leave. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly shouted again. Jiang Chongfeng was startled and quickly turned around to look at Yang Kai and asked, What other orders does Venerable have? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. His voice was cold as he said, Today is your first offense, so leave some Saint Crystals as compensation. Go back and tell Gong's son Liang that if any blind fool dares to act presumptuously in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce again, Yang Kai will not be spared. Scaring my friends isn't something some Saint Crystals can solve. This king will personally go to the inner city and have a good chat with him. Yang Kai emphasized the word chat as a ferocious grin appeared on his face. Jiang Changfeng was startled for a moment before he seemed to understand what Yang Kai meant, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said, "Venerable wants this Jiang to leave some saint crystals. Compensate those people outside? You hurt people. Do you think you can just walk away like this?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. "You don't have to leave any saint crystals. If there is enmity, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. This king will make a move. If you can withstand it, you can leave." Jiang Changfeng was taken aback. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, he understood that the other party's arrogance was not without reason. With his first-order cultivation, there was absolutely no way he could compete with him. Taking a single move from him would not kill him, but he would definitely be injured. After weighing the pros and cons, how could Jiang Changfeng hesitate? Taking out some saint crystals from his space ring, he angrily shouted, "This Jiang does not dare disobey Venerable's orders. Today, this Jiang will also convey Venerable's words to Great Elder without missing a word." "That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled wickedly, as if he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Jiang Changfeng coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. After Jiang Changfeng left, Yang Kai frowned slightly and began to ponder. He suddenly felt that under the calm exterior of Purple Star City, there seemed to be some turbulence. When he went out with Hua Yuming today, he had encountered a conflict between Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's people and Purple Star, and then someone had secretly expressed goodwill to him. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Changfeng was waiting for him. All these signs indicated that Purple Star City was about to undergo a great change. "Master." Hua Yuming walked in and saw Yang Kai pondering for a long time without speaking, so she could not help calling out worriedly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "These saint crystals." Hua Yuming pointed at the saint crystals all over the ground in confusion. Although she did not count them carefully, there were at least 300,000 pieces of saint crystals piled up together, emitting a dazzling light. These are the compensation Jiang Changfeng gave to Uncle Xia and the others. Tell them to divide them among themselves, Yang Kai explained with a smile. Compensation? Compensation? Hua Yuming's expression froze as she was surprised. Elder Jiang's momentum was too imposing just now, causing Uncle Xia and the others to be a little frightened. Elder Jiang is very kind and felt very apologetic, so he left some saint crystals for Uncle Xia and the others. Hua Yuming suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. With her shrewdness, how could she not know that this compensation was won by Yang Kai for Uncle Xia and the others? Jiang Changfeng, as Purple Star's 8th elder, was a lofty and insufferably arrogant man. So when had he ever placed the life or death of an ordinary cultivator in his eyes? Unless someone forced him to do so, he would not take the initiative to compensate them. Understanding this, Hua Yuming looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Many thanks, Master. By the way, President Hua, can I trouble you with something? If Master has something to say, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will do its best. Also, Master doesn't need to call this mistress president anymore. This mistress cannot afford it. Just call this mistress by her name." Saying so, Hua Yuming blushed slightly and lowered her head. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "It's like this. I want you to help me inquire about whether there has been any movement in Purple Star City recently. After all, you have some connections in Purple Star City, so you may be able to find some clues." Movement in the wind? Hua Yuming frowned but did not ask any more questions, immediately saying seriously, "Master can rest assured, this mistress will do her best." Chapter 1855. Late at night, the moon waned and the clouds thickened. In a room in the backyard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. Space force surged around his body and in the next moment, he disappeared. A moment later, near the inner city, Yang Kai appeared from the darkness. It had been 2 days since he arrived in Purple Star City, and although he had been delayed by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he had not forgotten his original purpose for coming here. So he planned to try to see if he could sneak into Purple Star Palace tonight and steal the Star Emperor token. If he succeeded, Yang Kai would immediately leave. Whatever turbulence there was in Purple Star City would have nothing to do with him. As for the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, at worst, he could just take them away with him. Yongkai wouldn't leave them behind to take the blame for him. Purple Star City was divided into two parts, the inner and outer city. Any cultivator could enter the outer city as long as they paid a certain amount of Saint Crystals, while the inner city was only accessible to cultivators belonging to Purple Star. The inner city was the most prosperous and fertile area of Purple Star City. Purple Star's many elders, protectors, deacons, and all kinds of master and servant lived in the inner city, each occupying a good location and enjoying endless cultivation resources. In the inner city, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, making it extremely tight. However, in front of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, these defenses were nothing more than empty shells. He didn't even need to deliberately use his space force, simply wrapping himself in his divine sense and swaggering into the inner city. No matter how close the guards were to him, they simply brushed past him as if they didn't notice. The cultivation of the cultivator in the inner city was generally much higher, so Yang Kai simply walked forward. Secretly startled, Yang Kai noticed the auras of more than one Origin King Realm Master. Each Origin King was like a dormant lion. Entrenched in their own territory, the slightest movement would alarm them. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he could always avoid danger ahead of time and conceal himself well. Walking in the dark night, Yang Kai's pace fluctuated between fast and slow, his figure flickering without causing any fluctuations, and soon approached a row of huge palaces in the center of the inner city. Purple Star Palace, the symbol of Purple Star's power. A sacred place revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators of Purple Star. The entire palace complex was made of purple jade. Looking from afar, the Purple Star Palace was like a wisp of purple chi coming from the east, as if the sun would rise in the next moment. Of light, Yang Kai's. He observed the movements around the Purple Star Palace. He muttered, Qian 5, Kuan 6, Kan 10. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai quickly moved in a certain direction and soon arrived at a certain spot where the energy barrier was weak. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and rushed directly into this weak spot. For them to be able to enter the Purple Star Palace so smoothly, Zidong's contribution was definitely not negligible. Although Purple Star Palace was huge, there was a powerful barrier around it. Without a special token, it was impossible to enter. Once one tried to force their way in, they would inevitably trigger a reaction from the barrier. But with Zidong's guidance, things were different. Zidong, as the young master of Purple Star, lived in Purple Star Palace all year round, so he knew the weaknesses of this barrier like the back of his hand. As the saying went, a thief in the house was hard to guard against, and it was not unreasonable. Inside Purple Star Palace, although there weren't many barriers, each of them was extremely powerful and extremely well hidden. Yang Kai wanted to act stealthily this time, so naturally, he didn't want to expose his position. So Zidong came in handy for this purpose. Before coming here, Yang Kai deliberately asked Zidong about the situation inside Purple Star Palace. Zidong naturally did not dare to conceal anything, but he also said that although he knew most of the barriers inside Purple Star Palace, his understanding was not comprehensive. These things were usually handled by special people. As the young master of Purple Star, how could he have the leisure to care about such things? However, this information was enough. As long as Yang Kai was not too unlucky, he should not make any mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, Yang Kai avoided the barriers and quietly approached a palace in the center of Purple Star Palace. That place was the Purple Star Treasure House, and it was the most heavily guarded place in Purple Star Palace, but it was also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through because Zidong knew the situation there like the back of his hand, and Yang Kai even had the key to open the treasure house. As such, as long as he could get close to that palace, he could accomplish his mission. Time passed slowly, and his progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace little by little. Seeing that there was only a third of the way to his destination, Yang Kai, who was walking through the void, suddenly stopped. Just now, he felt as if he had touched some kind of barrier and an invisible wave of power spread out in all directions. Shit! Yang Kai's face went pale. He had never expected that the barriers in Purple Star City would be so well hidden that even his divine sense could not detect them. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweep towards him. These two divine senses belonged to an Origin King Realm Master, so obviously someone had noticed the movement here. Even though Yang Kai was skilled and courageous, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb at this moment. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order Origin King, this place was still his enemy's lair. There were countless masters here, and if he was really entangled here, whether he could escape or not was not certain. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flashed and was about to teleport away. But at that moment, the pressure of a territory domain pressed down from the sky. This territory domain was so powerful that it seemed to be able to seal off space itself. Yang Kai's figure could not help pausing and was unable to leave immediately. "Scoundrel! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Purple Star Palace?" An angry roar rang out from afar, shaking the entire Purple Star Palace cultivator. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex appeared above Yang Kai's head, and from this vortex, a giant palm suddenly pressed down. Second-order Origin King. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the true level of his attacker. The other party was not here, but he was able to launch an attack across space. This kind of ability was not something a first-order Origin King cultivator could achieve. Only a master who had been in the second order for many years could achieve such a feat. As the giant palm condensed from energy descended, an endless suction force seemed to emerge from it, trying to suck Yang Kai in and prevent him from escaping. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. If he had been in the first order, Yang Kai would not have been able to block it easily, but now that he was also a second-order master, the same level of cultivation as his attacker, he naturally did not fear this attack. Yang Kai did not resist and instead leapt forward to meet the giant palm head-on. Mid-air, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, condensing them into a golden streak that shot forward while Yang Kai followed closely behind. Hong. With a loud bang, the world seemed to shake. The golden light penetrated the giant palm, and the terrifying palm print suddenly dissipated before collapsing. The power that had sealed the world no longer existed. Yang Kai immediately used his space secret technique and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, three figures arrived at the scene of the incident, one after another. The first person to arrive was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest. His hair was white, and his face was gloomy. His expression was dignified without being angry. He turned his head to look around, and there was shock in his eyes. The second to arrive was a man and a woman. Before they could figure out what had happened, they saw the old man standing in the void and immediately wore solemn expressions as they cupped their fists and called out, "Great Elder." This old man was Purple Star's Great Elder, Gong Sun Liang. He was one of the top second-order Origin Kings in the Star Territory, and his aura was no less majestic than Zilong, the sect master of Purple Star. "Great Elder, just now?" The female Origin King Realm Master asked hesitantly. Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Gong Sun Liang shouted with a gloomy expression. "What?" The other male Origin King Realm Master's complexion changed. "Who dares act so presumptuous?" "I don't know." Gong Sun Liang shook his head and narrowed his eyes. "This person's strength is very strong. Being able to break this old master's void-extinguishing palm is not something an ordinary person can accomplish." The two Origin Kings looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they were quite far away. Although they were aware of the energy fluctuations, they weren't able to clearly see what had happened. It wasn't until now that they understood that this person had actually exchanged a move with the Great Elder. Moreover, this person had even broken the Great Elder's void-extinguishing palm. The female Origin King Realm Master hesitated and asked, "Doesn't that mean the other party is a second-order Origin King?" As soon as this statement came out, she was taken aback. If it was really a second-order Origin King who wanted to harm Purple Star Palace, it would be very troublesome. Besides Great Elder, who was a second-order Origin King, everyone else here was just a first-order Origin King. The difference between a first-order and a second-order was like heaven and earth. Whether or not it was a second-order origin king, this old master couldn't see through it. The speed at which the other party attacked and retreated was very fast, and the speed at which he fled. Gong's son Liang frowned, unable to believe that the other party had disappeared right under his nose. No matter how hard he pushed his divine sense, he could not detect the other party's aura. It was as if the scene just now was just a farce he had orchestrated. While the few of them were talking, more experts were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even Ziwu-ji rushed here with Ji Jun, second young master. Everyone saluted Ziwu-ji. Although everyone knew that the next master of Purple Star was Zidong, Ziwu-ji was still Zilong's son, so they had no choice but to give him face. Only Gong's son Liang stood there unabashed. Wu-ji greets great elder. On the other hand, Ziwu-ji needed to salute Gong's son Liang, because he was not Purple Star's young master. If Zidong were here, the situation would be different. Gong's son Liang did not say anything, simply gently nodding with a proud expression. Seeing his appearance, a cold light flashed across Ziwu-ji's eyes and he smiled lightly. Great elder, what happened here? How did Wu-ji notice that someone attacked? Gong's son Liang turned a deaf ear to this question, as if he had not heard it at all, not even bothering to respond. Everyone's expression changed several times as the atmosphere became extremely stiff. Chapter 1856. Although everyone had known for a long time that the second young master and great elder were not on good terms, whenever they met in the past, they would always put on a show, but in the past year, the relationship between the two sides seemed to have become even more strained. The reason was simple. Great elder was young master Zidong's maternal grandfather, and his daughter Gong's son Yu was Zidong's biological mother. With this relationship, Gong's son Liang naturally spared no effort to support Zidong's ascension and wait for him to become Purple Star's sect master. Ziwu-ji's mother was just a woman from a small family in Purple Star, so how could she be compared to Zidong? As such, Gong's son Liang had always looked down on Ziwu-ji. Since Zilong and Zidong left Purple Star nearly 2 years ago and had yet to return, Purple Star had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for power and profit. Especially in the past year, Ziwu-ji had acted in secret and won over many masters while Gong's son Liang had also made frequent arrangements. The conflict between the two sides was almost impossible to conceal. The actions of these two sides also led to the many masters of Purple Star splitting into 3 distinct factions. One of them was naturally the cultivators who were convinced by Ziwu-ji and were willing to serve him, while the other was led by Gong's son Liang. Taking advantage of the absence of Purple Star's young master and Purple Star's young master, the purpose of this was self-evident. The other cultivators were simply waiting to see what would happen and were not moved by either side, simply waiting for Zilong to return. Ziwu-ji frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, he was Purple Star's second young master. Gong's son Liang not giving him any face in front of so many masters really put him on the spot. Gong's son Liang, how presumptuous! Ji Jun, who had been standing behind Ziwu-ji, suddenly shouted, Second young master is asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Gong's son Liang's eyes flashed as he looked down at Ji Jun coldly, narrowing his eyes as he said, Who is the one acting presumptuous here? This old master is Purple Star's great elder. Master is not in the palace, so everything here is presided over by this old master. Who do you think you are to dare shout at this old master? Ji Jun sneered coldly, Gong's son Liang. Don't think others don't know what you're up to. The tiger is not at home. The monkey is king, waiting for master to return. Let's see how you can act arrogant now. Who are you calling a monkey? When had Gong's son Liang ever been insulted like this? He couldn't help feeling angry. Ji Jun's expression. You know very well in your heart. Ji Jun sneered. You're courting death. Gong's son Liang was furious as his Saint Chi surged fiercely, seemingly about to attack Ji Jun in the next moment. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Humph. Gong's son Liang snorted coldly, refusing to comment. Ziwu-ji chuckled. Now is not the time to engage in internal strife. The most important thing right now is to find the person who broke into Purple Star Palace. I don't know what this person wants to do, but I have no idea. It would be quite troublesome if they don't come with good intentions. What do you think, Great Elder? Gong Sunliang naturally knew that now was not the time to start a conflict with the other party. The sudden arrival of a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace irritated him greatly, so he didn't say anything more. Ziwuji continued, "Father is not here. Eldest brother is serving father, leaving Purple Star Palace without a leader. Although Wu Ji wants to share father's burden and solve his problems, his strength is too low, so I'm afraid he is powerless to do so. Since Great Elder is in charge of all the affairs in the palace, I will have to trouble Great Elder to find this person. I ask Great Elder to find this thief and tear him to 10,000 pieces as a warning to others. Otherwise, what face will my purple star have left?" Gong Sunliang frowned and quickly said, "There is no need for second young master to say more about this matter. This old master will handle it properly. Second young master may return. Wu Ji will take his leave." Ziwuji nodded and smiled before leading Ji Jun away calmly. After he left, Gong Sunliang shouted, "Everyone, go and find that person. Don't let go of any clues. That person definitely hasn't gone far. He must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his aura. If you discover anything, don't engage him in a one-on-one battle. Just send a message to this old master. This old master will rush over as soon as possible." Yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed. For a time, Purple Star Palace was filled with a hubbub of voices as masters from all walks of life flew about, creating a lively atmosphere. Powerful divine senses swept through every corner of Purple Star Palace. "Second young master, why are you so tolerant of that old fart?" On the way back, Ji Jun asked with a look of annoyance. A sneer appeared on Ziwu Ji's face as he snorted lightly. Now is not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Let that old thing act arrogantly for a while. Ji Jun frowned, but after listening to him, he did not refute. However, the thief who suddenly appeared this time did me a big favor. Ziwu Ji smiled lightly. No matter who this person is, this young master must thank him properly. Ji Jun frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, "Second young master means to say that he helped you distract that old fart?" "That's only one aspect." Ziwu Ji smiled lightly. "This person is very strong, able to exchange a single blow with Gong Sunliang and escape, so he must be a second-order master. It won't be easy for Gong Sunliang to find him. Old Ji, think about it. If he can't find him, where will Gong Sunliang put his face?" And Ji Jun's eyes flashed with joy. "If we can't find that person, that old fart will lose all face." Ha ha ha. No wonder second young master was so anxious to withdraw just now. It turns out this was the reason. Why else would this young master be so easygoing? Although this matter is troublesome, if it is handled properly, it will be a good opportunity to accumulate prestige. Ziwu Ji tapped his head lightly. But who could it be? Who dared to break into my Purple Star Palace? In this star territory, there are not many second-order origin kings, and every one of them is a famous master. There is no way they would do such a thing. For some reason, when Ziwu Ji said this, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly flashed across his mind. Yang Kai, Purple Star's third venerable, had only recently appeared in Purple Star City, and now, something like this had happened in Purple Star Palace, so Ziwu Ji naturally thought of Yang Kai. It couldn't be him, right? Ziwu Ji couldn't be sure, a thick suspicion appearing on his brow. Inside a certain palace in Purple Star Palace, Yang Kai remained dormant, doing his best to restrain his aura as he silently sensed the situation inside Purple Star Palace, a look of helplessness filling his face. Since he had already alerted the enemy, he had come here in vain. What's more, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to at this moment. With so many masters probing him with their divine senses, as long as he made the slightest movement here, he would definitely be noticed. As such, he could only endure and wait for a good opportunity. Time passed slowly, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. The masters coming and going continued to fly over his head, but no one discovered him. Suddenly, a figure landed not far away, glanced around, and immediately walked straight towards a certain room. In front of this room, there were several origin returning realm masters guarding it, and after seeing the newcomer, they all saluted. Subordinate greets, Seventh Elder. The The seventh elder gently nodded and said, "Is there any movement inside?" Reporting to seventh elder, "There is nothing unusual," the leading Origin Realm Master respectfully replied. The leader of the Origin Returning Realm Masters replied respectfully before immediately asking suspiciously, "Seventh elder, what happened just now? Why did this subordinate feel like there was a fight going on?" Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Great Elder was afraid that someone was here for the people in this room, so he called me over to take a look. Open the barrier. Yes. The several Origin Realm Masters heard this, and without hesitation, each took out a flag-like artifact from their space rings, poured their Saint Chi into it, and in the next moment, the space around the room rippled as the barrier was activated. The seventh elder walked straight inside, and after a short while, angry shouts and curses rang out from inside. However, these curses soon died down, as if they had been beaten up by the seventh elder. The seventh elder walked out from inside with a trace of annoyance on his face as he coldly snorted, "Overestimating yourselves, daring to attack this old master. If you weren't still useful, I would have taken your lives directly. Watch carefully. If even one of these people gets lost, you'll lose your head." The several Origin Realm Masters looked solemn and nodded. The seventh elder took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and flew up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the seventh elder left, the several Origin Realm Masters glanced at each other and began forming seals with dignified expressions, preparing to open the barrier again. Yang Kai hid in place with a strange expression as he stared at the room with a suspicious look on his face. Amidst the curses and shouts just now, he seemed to have heard the voice of an acquaintance. This made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made up his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the barrier had not been activated yet, his figure flickered and he rushed directly into the room. The several Origin Realm Masters who were activating the barrier frowned. At that moment, they felt a vague sense of uneasiness, but this feeling quickly disappeared, leaving them with blank looks on their faces. However, these people all thought that they were mistaken and didn't care too much about it, quickly activating the barrier again. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. Before he could see the scene inside the room, two figures suddenly rushed up, intending to attack him. Yang Kai's face sank as he released his Origin King Realm Territory domain, completely freezing the surrounding space. Under his deliberate control, the range of his territory domain was extremely small, only covering this room and not touching the barrier outside. Sure. Yang Kai quickly stretched out his finger and put it to his lips. Only then did he see the situation inside the room clearly. There were a total of 5 people in the room, all of them Origin Realm Masters, the strongest of whom was only a third-order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator. 4 of them were unfamiliar, but one of them was a young man that Yang Kai found familiar. At this moment, the young man was frozen mid-air by Yang Kai's territory domain, and a look of suspicion flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, but in the next moment, his eyes widened and his expression became dull, dazed, and shocked as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. "You?" Yang Kai grinned. "Brother Shin too. It's a small world. I trust you have been well since we last met." Chapter 1857. The young man in the room turned out to be Shun Tu. He was the son of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, AIO, and Shui Yu's second brother. When Yang Kai was trapped on the floating continent, Shun Tu was also there. Both of them were weak at the time, only Saint Realm, with Shun Tu's cultivation being slightly higher, only third-order Saint. The two of them cooperated on the floating continent and formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the floating continent, Yang Kai followed Shun Tu to Water Moon Star, the home star of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce. Several dozen years had passed since then. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy on Purple Star, so he was quite surprised. Shin Tu stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe his eyes until Yang Kai took the initiative to greet him, causing him to rub his eyes and call out, "Yang Kai?" "Indeed, it is this Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why are you here?" Shun Tu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, Brother Shin Tu. Can you tell these people to calm down?" Yang Kai glanced at the other 4 cultivator, who were glaring at him with malicious intent. Shin Tu gently nodded and shouted, Everyone stop, Brother Yang. Is an old friend of mine? The four origin returning realm masters looked at each other and withdrew their Saint Chi. Yang Kai saw that they were no longer moving and dispersed his territory field. In an instant, everyone in the room regained their freedom. You've actually reached the Origin King realm? Shintu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now and only now realized what Yang Kai's true cultivation was. His face could not help filling with shock. Back then, his cultivation was slightly higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only a first-order Origin returning realm cultivator while Yang Kai had already reached the Origin King realm. Comparing the two, Shintu was naturally shocked. One had to know that breaking through to the Origin King realm from the Origin returning realm was not a simple matter. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance for the rest of their lives? Every cultivator who could break through to the Origin King realm not only had outstanding talent, but luck and opportunity were also indispensable. I was lucky, Yang Kai chuckled. Shintu slowly shook his head. As the son of Hung Luo Chamber's president, Shintu's eyesight and experience was extraordinary, so how could he believe Yang Kai's words? He knew that the other was just being modest. However, this was not a good time to discuss this matter. Shintu, of course. Staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, he whispered, Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I only have one question to ask. Are you and I friend or foe? Friend, not foe, Yang Kai said sincerely. Shintu smiled happily and couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, patting his back vigorously as he said, Brother Yang, it's been a few dozen years since we last met. This one misses you very much. Seeing him being so enthusiastic made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Shintu said, Back then, when you left Water Moon Star on that starship, I learned that something had happened to it. Almost all of the cultivators on board were wiped out, and since then, there has been no news of you, making this Shintu feel very guilty. That's not your fault, it was just a coincidence. Yang Kai felt his sincerity and felt warmth in his heart. When he left Water Moon Star that year, he had casually boarded a starship, but Shueyu just so happened to be on the same boat. It was precisely because of Shueyu's existence that the starship was destroyed. When the starship had reached a meteor sea, it had been smashed to pieces by a powerful artifact that had been lying in ambush. All the cultivators on the starship had died, leaving only Yang Kai and Shueyu to escape. It was at that time that he inadvertently discovered the secret that Shueyu was a woman, which led to the events that followed. After a while, Shintu let go of Yang Kai and sighed. All these years, I've been inquiring about you. Third brother seems to know something, but no matter how I ask, he won't say anything. When I asked too many questions, he even beat me up. Shintu grit his teeth and grumbled, That little bastard. He doesn't know how to respect his elders. If it weren't for my strength being inferior to his, I would have taught him a good lesson. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself, Shueyu had lost all face in front of him that time, even being humiliated by him while naked. Asking her about such things was simply asking for trouble. It's all good now. I've finally met you. Shintu breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as if he was trying to release all the depression he had been suppressing in his heart for several dozen years, his whole body relaxing greatly. I've been safe and sound all this time. Brother Shintu must have been worried. Second young master, this is... The several Origin returning realm masters who had been watching from the sidelines until now asked. Shintu grinned meaningfully and introduced, This is Yang Kai, Brother Yang, a friend of this young master's. All of you quickly come and greet Brother Yang. When these people heard this, they didn't dare neglect and quickly cupped their fists and called out in unison, Greetings, Lord Yang. Yang Kai was an Origin King realm master and a brother to Shintu, so of course they couldn't disrespect him. Shintu rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, Brother Yang is now an Origin King, so shouldn't I also call him master? Brother Shintu must be joking. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm actually quite curious as to why you are here, and you seem to have been detained. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Shintu immediately became indignant and cursed, Damn it, this young master is also confused. This time, I was ordered by the Chamber of Commerce to deliver a batch of ordered supplies to Purple Star, but how could I have known I would be captured as soon as I entered Purple Star City? No matter how I asked, I couldn't get any answers. How unlucky. Purple Star didn't say why they captured you. Yongkai was shocked. Don't they know you are from Hongluo Chamber of Commerce? How could they not know? Shin Tu said angrily, these Purple Star bastards must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, daring to attack this young master. If this young master escapes one day, he will definitely lead 100 starships to raise Purple Star to the ground. A thoughtful look appeared on Yongkai's face as he asked, so, the battle in the city during the day was caused by you? And Shuntu nodded. I wanted to escape, but I didn't succeed and was captured. How shameful. Second young master. This old man feels that something has happened to Purple Star. An old man with a sallow complexion said from the side. Why does old sir say so? Yongkai looked at him. It's just a feeling. Since entering this Purple Star City, this old man has felt that something is not quite right, as if there is some kind of turbulence brewing in the dark. Moreover, since they knew our identities yet dared to detain us, it is obvious they want to use us to do something. Although Purple Star is powerful, it is not as powerful as my Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. Now that something like this has happened, this old man doesn't believe Purple Star hasn't changed. Yongkai nodded gently. I also feel that something has happened to Purple Star. Who cares? This young master just wants to leave this damned place as soon as possible, Shintu said angrily. Suddenly, he turned to Yongkai and asked, by the way, Brother Yang, why are you here? Haha, I came here to steal something. Yongkai smiled awkwardly and explained what had just happened. The several people who heard this were dumbfounded as they stared at Yongkai with looks of admiration. Daring to sneak into Purple Star Palace to steal something. This kind of courage and boldness was not something an ordinary person could possess. What's more, even after being discovered, he was still able to escape unscathed, causing everyone to have a higher evaluation of Yongkai's strength. But now that we've alerted the enemy, we can only think of another way. Yongkai rubbed his forehead helplessly. Brother Yang, can you leave this place? Shintu looked at Yongkai and asked. The barrier outside is very powerful. If I try to force my way in, I will definitely be discovered. But if you help me attract their attention, I can leave safely. That's not a problem. Leave it to us, Shintu grinned. Brother Yang, after we leave here, help me deliver a message to someone. Who? Yongkai looked at him suspiciously. Shintu leaned forward and whispered in Yongkai's ear. Yongkai suddenly showed a strange look. I'll leave everything to Brother Yang. Shintu cupped his fists solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely deliver the message. Yongkai nodded. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get you out. No problem, Shintu grinned. My identity is different, so Purple Star won't dare do anything to me unless they want to provoke a bloody battle between our two great forces. After saying so, he suddenly shouted and shouted, Someone's here! Someone's here! While shouting, he shot a glance towards the other Origin returning Realm Masters. Everyone immediately understood and began shouting as well, sending out a flurry of Saint Chi attacks as their Saint Chi fluctuated wildly. The commotion inside the room quickly spread out, and the several Purple Star cultivator who were responsible for guarding outside all wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively. After a short while, one of them exclaimed, Not good. This group of people has gone crazy. Quickly stop them. Everyone didn't dare to neglect and quickly opened the barrier around the room. The moment the barrier was opened, Yongkai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the room and found a secluded corner to hide. Inside Purple Star Palace, masters were still searching everywhere, but they still couldn't find anything. After waiting for a long time, Yongkai found a suitable opportunity, used his space secret technique, and calmly left. Although this trip didn't go according to his original plan, he had accidentally discovered Shin Tu's situation, so it wasn't completely fruitless. Inside Clear Sky Auction House's inner courtyard, Li Nua sat cross-legged but was unable to calm down. Who is it? At that moment, Aunt Chun's voice suddenly called out from outside. At the same time, a man's voice rang in Li Nua's ears. When she heard this voice, Li Nua stiffened. But soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she quickly looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, with only a ray of light visible in the east. The night was over, and the sky was bright. Li Nua smiled and said, "Aunt Chun, come back. This person has no malicious intentions and has instead brought me some good news." Chapter 1858. Over the next few days, everything was calm. After sneaking into Purple Star Palace that night and alerting the enemy, Yang Kai did not act rashly again. He believed that Purple Star Palace's security must be extremely tight right now, so even with Yang Kai's ability, he was not confident he could sneak in quietly again. Hua Yuming used her connections to inquire about the recent situation in Purple Star City and reported it to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that because Zilong and Zidong had not returned for a long time, the upper echelons of Purple Star had split into several factions. Among them, the factions led by Second Young Master Zi Wuji and Great Elder Gong Sun Liang were secretly plotting against each other. Although these matters were suppressed by the leaders of Purple Star, paper could not wrap fire, so there was always some news that would leak out, so Hua Yuming was able to easily inquire about it. However, the information she inquired about was well known, so there was nothing she could do about anything that was too secretive. This was enough. At the very least, Yang Kai now knew what was hidden under the calm exterior of Purple Star City. Now, there were only two things Yang Kai cared about. One was to steal the Star Emperor token, and the other was to get Shin Tu and the others out. Unfortunately, there was no good opportunity, so he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he followed Hua Yuming. After all, the value of the land deeds being auctioned by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce this time was simply too great. If there were no masters present, it was difficult to guarantee that no one would try to steal them. Hua Yuming was naturally overjoyed. She had been thinking about how to invite Yang Kai, but now that he had taken the initiative to ask to follow, her gratitude towards Yang Kai deepened. On the day of the auction, Hua Yuming was dressed very well, wearing a tight purple dress that accentuated her noble temperament. Following closely behind Yang Kai, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Entering the auction house with an invitation card in hand, Yang Kai and Hua Yuming were led into room A5 by Clear Sky Auction House's people. After serving them spirit fruits and tea, they withdrew respectfully. Hua Yuming stood to the side cautiously, and only after Yang Kai had asked her to sit down uneasily. There was still some time before the auction began. Yang Kai had nothing to do. He began to look around. After a short while, he couldn't help but frown as a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. "Master, what's wrong?" Hua Yuming's attention had been on Yang Kai, so seeing his expression change at this moment, she quickly asked, "This mistress does not know." Hua Yuming smiled awkwardly. "Then it's fine." Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He frowned slightly. Just now, he noticed that there were many origin kings in this auction house. This was a very strange thing. There were not many things in this world that could attract an origin king realm master, and even if there were, it should not have appeared in Clear Sky Auction House. An origin king realm master would not have come to this kind of auction house for no reason, and if he was not accompanying Hua Yuming, he would not have come here. He wouldn't deign to come here either. But now, among all the origin kings here, besides him, there was no one else. There were at least 5 of them. Rooms A1 to A1 all had origin kings guarding them, especially room A1. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over just now, he was slightly obstructed, which was obviously a sign of the strength of this person. Moreover, the other party's aura felt very familiar to Yang Kai. The person in room A1 was actually Purple Star's Great Elder, Gong Sun Liang, with whom he had fought a few nights ago. For this auction to be able to attract even Gong Sun Liang, it was obvious that there was definitely something good here. This discovery aroused Yang Kai's interest in this auction. Not long after, on the high platform at the center of the auction house, a beautiful figure appeared leisurely. It was Li Nua. She had a sweet smile on her face. She was wearing a sleeveless cyan robe that exposed a pair of white arms. The collar of the robe was also very low, faintly showing the snow-white and faintly discernible cleavage in front of her chest. Her beautiful legs were long and slender, and both of her feet were wearing a pair of special jade shoes. Her delicate toes were exposed, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of the crowd. Below, countless gazes were greedily looking at her, sizing her up without the slightest scruple. Li Nua was generous and decent, and with a smile, she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Many thanks to everyone for coming to today's auction. This mistress is deeply grateful for everyone's presence, and it is Clear Sky Auction House's honor. This mistress, Li Nua, will be the host of today's auction. I hope everyone will give me some face." As she spoke, she gracefully bowed. Enough idle chatter. Today's auction officially begins, but allow this mistress to keep everyone in suspense. Today's auction items include many extremely valuable items. Perhaps they will allow this master to return with a bountiful harvest. When she said this, she glanced towards the several private rooms in the A block. Although she did not say it clearly, the meaning of her words was self-evident. Yang Kai smiled knowingly, thinking that Clear Sky Auction House was truly worthy of having the backing of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it would never have been able to bring out items that could even tempt an Origin King Realm Master. Next, please look at the first auction item. Li Nua called out tenderly as she gestured to the side. The next moment, a woman dressed as a maidservant walked out with a smile on her face, carrying a tray in her hand. The tray was covered with a red cloth. It was unknown what material this red cloth was made of, but it was actually able to isolate most cultivators from probing with their divine senses, causing everyone's hearts to itch as they craned their necks to look around. Hua Yuming's beautiful eyes also flashed with curiosity as she stared intently. Although this was not the first time she had participated in an auction, it was the first time she had enjoyed the treatment of being able to enter a private room, which was quite different from the feeling she usually got when crowded in the hall below. "It's just an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. You won't be able to use it." Yang Kai saw her staring at it curiously and immediately explained. Hua Yuming was startled. "Master, can you see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled. "That red cloth is made from the silk of the heavenly snow-red silkworm. This thing has no other function other than to block divine sense detection, but it is also limited. The divine sense of a cultivator below the Origin King realm cannot penetrate it, but it is not difficult for an Origin King realm master." Hua Yuming gently nodded as a look of longing appeared on her face. She was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and if there was a chance, she could also try to break through to the Origin King realm, but this hurdle was simply too big. She had broken through so many years ago, but had yet to even reach the grand accomplishment stage in her sure, let alone comprehend the mysteries of her territory. It was likely she had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. On the stage, Li Nua smiled slightly, stepped forward, and lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the item inside. Sure enough, it was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact, and it was a delicate dagger that exuded a cold aura. Li Nua picked up the dagger, formed a few seals with her hands, and poured her Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed and a dense array of grain-sized runes suddenly appeared on its blade. The cold aura around the dagger became even more intense. Li Nua held the dagger in her hand and immediately circulated her Saint Chi to protect herself, chuckling lightly as she explained. "This dividing yuan dagger is made from deep-sea cold iron with cold snake sand, heavenly fiend earth, and the tooth of the ninth-order monster beast, black-eyed tapir. It was carefully refined by an Origin-grade high-rank artifact refiner. It is extremely cold and is specifically designed to break through one's Saint Chi defenses. Everyone, watch carefully." Saying so, she stabbed the dagger towards her own arm. A cold aura, visible to the naked eye, condensed at the tip of the dagger and soon collided with Li Nua's own Saint Chi. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Li Nua's Saint Chi protection was torn apart. Li Nua's control of her strength was excellent, so although the dagger tore through her Saint Chi protection, it did not hurt her at all. Taking back the dagger, Li Nua smiled and said, "Although this dividing yuan dagger is only Origin-grade mid-rank, with it won't be a problem for one to resist a third-order Origin returning realm master. There is no need for this mistress to elaborate on its value. Most importantly, it won't take too long to refine. The base price is 150,000 Saint Crystals. Please." As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, bids rang out in the hall. Everyone was obviously very interested in this artifact. Hua Yuming also looked interested. This dagger was small and suitable for a woman to use. But Yang Kai's words just now were still ringing in her ears, so she did not want to give Yang Kai face. At that moment, though, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "This dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failed product." A failed product? Hua Yuming was startled when she heard this. You didn't notice, but when Li Nuo tested the power of this dagger just now, she used an ice attribute secret technique. So if you want to activate the power of this dagger, you must cultivate an ice attribute secret art or secret technique. I don't see any ice attribute secret technique in your body, so even if you win this item, it won't be of much use. Is that so? Hua Yuming was shocked. Isn't Li Nuo deceiving others by doing this? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Not really. It can only be said that she is lying. Moreover, if this dagger is really obtained by a cultivator who cultivates an ice attribute secret art, its power will be quite good. This mistress understands. Hua Yuming nodded. Inside the hall, the bidding continued and the base price of 150,000 Saint crystals was quickly raised to 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, which made Li Nuo smile very happily. The most important thing for an auction was to get off to a good start, so that the enthusiasm of the auctioneers could be mobilized and they could sell for a good price. After the price rose to 320,000 Saint crystals, the number of cultivator bidding gradually dwindled. After all, the price of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact was about the same, so bidding for more would not be worth the loss. Not every cultivator spent so many Saint crystals on themselves. Even if they occasionally earned a lot of Saint crystals, they would buy spirit pills to cultivate and increase their strength. Artifacts were only supplementary. In the end, this yuan dividing dagger was bought by a male cultivator in the hall for 350,000 Saint crystals. The following auctions were in full swing. With the first auction item as a good start, the enthusiasm of a large number of cultivators was aroused. Auction items were presented one after another, and the prices rose steadily from the base price. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Secret treasures, spirit pills, herbs, ores, and even secret arts and secret techniques. The auction items covered almost everything, and everything one could think of. Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yuming had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, Origin King grade spirit pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King grade spirit pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of Saint crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King grade spirit pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King grade spirit pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5, Hua Yuming also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nuo smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill. *Hong. After Li Nua's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What? An Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nua, are you not deceiving us? Li Nua smiled and said, this mistress auction house is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look. As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round, rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if he were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak Origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nua seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone, please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million Saint crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force, such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Nua was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Asterisk Huchi. Asterisk in room A5, heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yuming could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an Origin King grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the Origin King realm. If she could really use this Origin King pill to break through to the Origin King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Nua glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yuming's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yuming's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House, even if they were sold, how many Saint crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the Saint crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million. From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. The Origin King pill was indeed precious, but it only increased the success rate of a cultivator breaking through. It was not a guarantee that one would be able to break through after being convinced. All it brought was a glimmer of hope. A price of 100 million was almost the limit in the hearts of most cultivators. As such, After the initial impulse, many people began to calm down and no longer bid. For a long time, no new bids were made. Li Nuo, on the other hand, was not worried at all. Standing on the stage, she asked with a smile, "The old gentleman in room B8 has bid 100 million. Is there no higher bid?" "No, hurry up and start the countdown." The cultivator in room B8 shouted anxiously. He could not easily take out 100 million St. Crystals, but it was still worth exchanging for an Origin King pill, so he was afraid that someone else would compete with him, so he urged vigorously, "Haha, 110 million. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms and raised the price by 10 million. Who? Which bastard dares to bid against this old master? Hateful. The cultivator in room B8 was so angry that his nose became crooked and he could not help but roar. However, when he realized that the voice was coming from room A2, his face changed drastically. He was only in room B8, but the other party was in room A2, so their status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, from room A2, a powerful divine sense swept out and blasted towards the cultivator who had just spoken. With a muffled groan, the cultivator in room B8 suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Staring at room A2 in horror, he whispered, "Origin King Realm. Hmph. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you should abide by the rules. Next time you act so impudently, I'll take your dog life." Another voice came from room A2. "Yes, yes, yes, Master has taught me a lesson." The cultivator in room B8 did not dare to complain and quickly nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the room was isolated by a barrier and he could not see the other party's face, he knew that an Origin King Realm Master was not someone he could provoke. Quite awe-inspiring, daring to say you can take someone's life at will in Purple Star City. Do you not put the rules of Purple Star City in your eyes? Suddenly, another old voice sounded. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice, not knowing what had just happened. Looking towards the source of the voice, they found that the speaker was actually in room A1. This was the most honorable room in the entire auction house. Previously, everyone was guessing who was sitting inside. At this moment, when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, "Great Elder! It's the Great Elder sitting inside." Heavens, it really is Great Elder. 2 years ago, I saw Great Elder from afar and heard him reprimand someone. It was definitely Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here? For a time, everyone was discussing. However, if the person sitting in room A1 was Great Elder's husband, Sun Liang, then there was no doubt. After all, in the entire Purple Star, only Great Elder had the greatest power. The only thing they couldn't figure out was who was sitting in room A2. The Great Elder didn't seem to like them very much. "This Origin King pill is for this old master, 200 million. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly. Qua. The cultivator in the hall was once again in an uproar, not only because Gong Sun Liang had actually participated in this auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying, directly rising from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Worthy of Purple Star's Great Elder, the wealth he possessed was likely more than an ordinary cultivator could spend in a few hundred lifetimes. 210 million. Out of everyone's expectations, the person who had previously bid in room A2 actually followed up once again. 300 million. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. 310 million. 500 million. Everyone's expression became sluggish as they stared with wide eyes, listening attentively to the bids from the 2 private rooms in a block. Even Kai Yang furrowed his brow, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of an Origin King pill was huge, wasn't the price of 500 million St. Crystals a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, with Gong Sun Liang's cultivation, this Origin King pill was of no use to him. Even if he wanted to buy it for his family's juniors, there was no need for him to invest so much capital. Yang Kai was confused. As soon as Gong Sun Liang bid 500 million St. Crystals, the bidding in room A2 suddenly went silent, as if unable to keep up. Chapter 1860. At this moment, in room A2, Ziwu Ji stared in the direction of Gong Sun Liang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji-jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master, this old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji-jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool. How could he not know this? Ziwuji grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji-jun said with a cold face. This old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day, this young master will make him pay the price. Ziwuji secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master, because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time. So he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Ziwuji would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gong Sunliang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Ziwuji did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million St. Crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gong Sunliang increased the price again, Ziwuji would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gong Sunliang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion? It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead, he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nuo, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? Did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rongyuan Auction House for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder, he's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gong Sunliang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji-jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom! The crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nuo's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gong Sunliang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji-jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that? You know in your heart, Ji-jun snorted coldly. Even if you are Purple Star's Great Elder, 1 billion St. Crystals is not something you can casually take out. Good, now that you've made a bid, I want to see how you'll pay. Sister Li Nuo. This old master suspects that Gong Sunliang is making a reckless bid and that he doesn't have the ability to pay out 1 billion St. Crystals. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Li Nuo showed a hesitant look, asking her to verify whether Gong Sunliang could pay out 1 billion St. Crystals was simply courting death. Gong Sunliang had already stated his price, so whether he could pay it or not, this spirit pill was already his. Even if Clear Sky Auction House suffered a loss, they could only swallow their loss. Nonsense. Great Elder's credibility is not something you can question. Ji-jun, you're courting death. In room A1, Gong Sunliang did not speak, but another person shouted instead. Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately recognized that this person was 8th Elder Jiang Changfeng, who had visited Five Paths Chamber of Commerce before. Justice is in everyone's heart. If Great Elder can really pay the 1 billion Saint Crystals, this Ji will have nothing to say. Ji Jun did not give up. Ji Jun, you impudence! Jiang Changfeng roared angrily as a strong Saint Qi fluctuation erupted from room A1, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. The cultivator in the hall panicked as a look of horror appeared on his face. If the two sides really fought, they would suffer. Even the aftermath of a battle between origin kings was not something they could withstand. 8th Elder need not lower yourself to his level. Gong Sun Liang chuckled. Since he wants to verify it, this old master will let him. Sister Li Nuo, bring that spirit pill over. Yes, hearing this, Li Nuo stepped forward and walked towards room A1. A moment later, she entered the room with a smile on her face, placed the jade bottle in her hand in front of Gong Sun Liang, and said, Great Elder, this is the spirit pill you bid for. Gong Sun Liang nodded lightly, not even looking at Li Nuo. To the side, Jiang Changfeng took out a ring with a cold face and handed it to Li Nuo, saying loudly, Sister Li Nuo, please check whether this is a billion Saint Crystals or not. Li Nuo took the ring with a dignified expression and swept it with her divine sense, her expression changing slightly before she smiled and said, The amount has been confirmed, so the transaction has been completed. Great Elder is a man of integrity and did not bid carelessly. The transaction was carried out in your room. Who knows whether it was real or not? Ji Jun sneered. Jiang Changfeng sneered. Ji Jun, Sister Li Nuo personally verified it. How could it be fake? As the owner of the auction house, she would not do business that would result in a loss. Sister Li Nuo is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. How could she dare resist your abuse? Enough, old Ji. There's no need to say any more. In room A2, Ziwu Ji said lightly. The anger on Ji Jun's face did not diminish, but he obediently stopped talking. Ziwu Ji chuckled. Then, he turned to room 1 and said, Congratulations, Great Elder, for winning the spirit pill. Gong Sun Liang replied, Second young master, you're being too polite. This spirit pill is of no use to this old master, but it is of some benefit to second young master. If second young master wants it, this old master can give it to you. What do you think? In room 2, Ziwu Ji frowned for a moment before quickly relaxing. Smiling, he said, Great Elder must be joking. This Wu Ji does not dare accept such a precious item. The two exchanged a few words, as if they were chatting casually, and the tense atmosphere from before no longer existed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the person in room A2 was actually Purple Star's second young master, Ziwu Ji. Thinking about the two competing bids and the various rumors that had spread before, everyone immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and Great Elder was not groundless. After understanding this, many people suddenly showed worried looks. For most cultivator, who was in charge of Purple Star was none of their business. What they were concerned about was not being implicated in the confrontation between these two. The auction for the Origin King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nuo had received the 1 billion Saint Crystals or not, making it a complete mystery. The next item to be auctioned was the land deeds that Hua Yuming had handed over to Clear Sky Auction House. These land deeds were only for sale. As such, the masters in Room A did not bid. On the contrary, the competition between the cultivator in Room B and Room C was fierce. An entire store on Soaring Dragon Avenue, if bought and operated properly, would be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How could any of the merchants miss such a good opportunity? As such, the price competition was quite fierce. With a base price of 100 million Saint Crystals, the land deeds were sold for 260 million Saint Crystals. Inside room A5, Hua Yuming was so happy she almost fainted. Although Li Nuo had already calculated the bill with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could really sell for such a high price. 1 million Saint Crystals was a huge number for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million Saint Crystals, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's growth was no longer a dream. What's more, it would allow Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, and the others to boldly purchase cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. With enough strength, they could also promote the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This was a snowball effect, and all of this was brought about by the man beside her. Hua Yuming looked at Yang Kai in a daze with a look of gratitude on her face. Master, can you take 90% of these Saint Crystals and leave 10% for us? Hua Yuming looked at Yang Kai timidly. Even if it was 10%, it was still 20 million Saint Crystals. Yang Kai glanced at her and chuckled. These are the Saint Crystals you were sold for those land deeds. Why should I take 90%? Be that as it may, if it weren't for Master, how could anyone have given us those land deeds? Yang Kai waved his hand. Saint Crystals are meaningless to me. What I need is not something that can be bought with Saint Crystals. But, that's all. Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. Master! Hua Yuming whispered, choking up and unable to speak, her emotions clearly showing on her face. Even if Yang Kai asked her to devote herself to him at this moment, she would not frown. The next item to be auctioned is the last item to be auctioned, Li Nua announced loudly on the stage. On the stage, Li Nua said loudly, however, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is. Huh, you dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play. That's right. Don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive. Our Saint Crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first. The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Nua turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of ore. It was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nua opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky Auction House. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky Auction House's talents have withered, and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Nua smiled lightly. The final auction item, an unknown artifact refining material, reserve price, 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously, they felt that the reserve price set by Li Nua was a bit too outrageous. Li Nua, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time, but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was, even so, it did not affect its value. Li Nua had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Nua's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. Miss Li, can you show me that thing? Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yuming asked in surprise, Master, do you recognize this thing? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look. Hua Yuming nodded suddenly. On the other side, in room A1, Jiang Chongfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy. Gong Sun Liang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes. My purple star's third venerable? Indeed. Jiang Chongfeng nodded seriously. A few days ago, this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused. This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him. However, he refused to accept it at all. This person is too arrogant. Gong Sun Liang stroked his beard and sneered coldly. He sneered, only capable people can be so arrogant. This old man originally wanted to find some time to meet this person. I never expected to meet him here today, but since that's the case, let's have a good chat first. This old master wants to see whether this venerable really has ability, or is just a fox trying to intimidate others. Jiang Chongfeng was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of schadenfreude flashed across his eyes. He knew that although Gong Sun Liang didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually quite upset that Yang Kai had refused to give him face. Inside room A5, Yang Kai took the auction item and examined it solemnly, his divine sense condensing into a wisp of light as he probed its interior. Neither Hua Yuming nor the maidservant dared to disturb him. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing as his eyes bulged, as if he had been attacked by someone. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him. Pa, with a soft sound. His divine sense defense was broken through in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was about to resist again with a look of horror, everything suddenly calmed down. The entire auction house fell silent as 90% of the cultivator went pale and trembled slightly. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense erupted, it was as if a dormant dragon had poked its head out of its lair, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, otherwise, some people would have gone crazy. Inside the private room, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment before he handed the auction item to the maidservant indifferently and said, That's enough. You may withdraw. Yes. The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to breathe too loudly. This old master also wants to observe. I wonder if Sister Li Nua can make it convenient? Gong Sun Liang's voice came from room A1. He was really curious as to why Yang Kai had suddenly erupted with such a powerful divine sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself, or this last auction item, Gong Sun Liang had a strong interest in both. If Great Elder wants to observe, naturally, Li Nua smiled. The maidservant turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sun Liang's side. Gong Sun Liang observed for a much longer time than Yang Kai, but unlike Yang Kai, he did not make a mistake like Yang Kai did, allowing the nervous cultivator in the hall to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Great Elder was truly worthy of his title, not someone ordinary masters could compare to. With Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was passed around in the hands of the masters. It was not until a stick of incense worth of time later that it returned to the auction stage. Li Nua smiled and said, I wonder what master saw? If anyone can tell this mistress what this material is, this mistress will be greatly grateful. This concubine can't thank you enough. If I win this item later, I'll give it to you. If this mistress manages to obtain this item, this mistress can give the master a 10% discount. Lady Li Nua, this old master can only see that this thing is extremely hard and is undoubtedly an Origin King grade artifact refining material. An old voice immediately came from the B block private room. You don't need to say that. This old master can also see that it is an origin king-grade material, but I don't know what it is specifically. Is this a piece of phoenix star silver? It is rumored that phoenix star silver is the breath of an ancient divine spirit true phoenix. It is formed from smelted minerals and is extremely hard. Its fire attribute energy is also contained within it. This old master can vaguely see a trace of hot aura flowing out from it, very similar to the rumored phoenix star silver. Old man Sue, are you blind? Phoenix star silver is a fiery red color, but this thing is a light cyan. They are obviously different. How could they possibly be the same? The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. Haha, Li Nua stood on the stage and smiled slightly. Master, please don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, shall we? She could also see that this group of people probably did not recognize what the last auction item was. Letting them quarrel would only be a waste of time. Lady Li Nua, please make the decision. Good. This old master bids 30 million. In the B block private room, the old man who had just spoken about the Phoenix Star Silver said, no matter what this thing was, it was an origin king grade material, and such a large piece at that. If it was auctioned off and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth it. Origin king grade artifacts were existences that could be treated as family heirlooms. Many sects did not even have an origin king grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. No one knew why. This last auction item, after being examined by everyone, suddenly became a hot seller. Although the auction price did not rise too high, it was still able to avoid the crisis of a failed bid. Soon, the price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people gradually withdrew. Perhaps in the minds of these people, spending so many Saint crystals to buy such an unknown treasure wasn't worth it. Only a handful of people were still bidding, and if nothing unexpected happened, the final price of this thing should be around 50 million Saint crystals. This was indeed the case, and after another round of bidding, the price stabilized at 51 million. At this point, no one was bidding anymore. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Nua's eyes, but just as she was about to ask, a bid suddenly came from room A5, 60 million. Yang Kai had made a move. Li Nua raised her eyes and looked towards room A5, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Yang Kai had been holding back, so she thought that Yang Kai had no interest in this auction item, but now she knew that he was simply conceited and did not want to bid with the others before him, waiting until the end to make a final decision. This was a common trick used by powerful cultivators, a tried and tested method. Did he see what this material is? Li Nua was suspicious. After all, it was Yang Kai who had been the first to check the auction item just now, and when he did so, he had caused such a big commotion. If someone were to say that Yang Kai had not seen anything and had made such a high bid, Li Nua would not believe it. However, she did not ask for details and simply waited for the final price to be announced. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, everyone else immediately fell silent. Not to mention that this price exceeded everyone's bottom line. Yang Kai's strength alone was not something they dared to offend. So, after the price of 60 million was announced, no one else followed. Li Nua also spoke quickly. This master has bid 60 million. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? If not, this mistress will be counting down. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Li Nua had a very good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. Come if you want to play and watch. Li Nua understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the Saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nua continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nuo could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nuo looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon, he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today, in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King Pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning for a time. Everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the great elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. Hee, great elder is indeed wealthy. This one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case, then, Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The great elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the great elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the great elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nuo's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the master and the great elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. While worrying in her heart, Li Nuo quietly sent a message to Aunt Chun, who was hiding in the dark, telling her to wait for an opportunity to act. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang's voice came out slowly. Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million? Yang Kai chuckled. What's wrong? Great Elder is willing to spend 1 billion Saint Crystals to buy a useless Origin King pill. So what's wrong with this king spending 500 million to buy this artifact refining material? Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. Yang Kai calling himself this king in front of him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Coupled with the fact that the last time he had asked Jiang Changfeng to invite Yang Kai, the other party had not given him any face, so his tone became cold. There's nothing wrong with this. I'm just afraid your excellency won't be able to pay later. Great Elder doesn't need to worry about that. Yang Kai chuckled. If Great Elder can pay 1 billion Saint Crystals, so can this king. Hearing this, Gong Sun Liang became even more unhappy and shouted without hesitation. 600 million. 1 billion. Yang Kai didn't back down. In just a few words, the price had already caught up to the previous Origin King pill, which was not only shocking but also quite comical. In this world, what could be worth 1 billion Saint Crystals? The Origin King pill wasn't worth it, nor was the unknown artifact refining material. Only face was worth so much. A cold light flashed in Gong Sun Liang's eyes, and just as he was about to increase the price again, Zi Wuji's chuckle suddenly came from room A2. Both of you are people with great financial resources. Wuji deeply admires you, but Great Elder has just spent 1 billion Saint Crystals. Do you still have the ability to increase the price? Zi Wuji was quite happy at this moment. Just now, he had been suppressed by Gong Sun Liang and was unable to obtain the Origin King pill, so he was naturally quite depressed. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai jump out to compete with Gong Sun Liang, how could he just stand by and watch? Immediately, He stood up to support Yang Kai. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Ziwuji's thoughts were very clear. Moreover, Yang Kai was the person he wanted to win over, so how could he let him fight alone? Now was the time to show his favor, so Ziwuji spoke without hesitation. Whether this old master can pay or not, second young master doesn't need to worry about that, right? Gong's son Liang's expression was gloomy and his tone was cold. Wuji has no right to interfere with Great Elder's private affairs, but Father and Big Brother are not on Purple Star now, and Great Elder commands Purple Star. Your every word and action is not only related to Great Elder, but also the integrity and credibility of all of Purple Star. When Great Elder bid for the Origin King pill, no one saw whether the 1 billion Saint Crystals were paid or not. Of course, Wuji believes in Great Elder's character and will not have any doubts, but there are thousands of cultivators in this hall, so it is difficult to guarantee that some of them will not be suspicious of Great Elder's actions. I'm afraid they are still suspecting that Great Elder is bullying others and forcibly obtaining the Origin King pill. Impudence! Zhang Changfeng roared. Whether the 1 billion Saint Crystals just now were paid or not, Lady Li Nua should know better than anyone else. This matter has been personally verified by Lady Li Nua. So what is second young master trying to imply? Haha, eighth elder is right. In that case, the 1 billion Saint Crystals just now have already been paid. Ziwuji chuckled. What do you mean just now? Zhang Changfeng's face went black. It's just that everything can be done once, but not twice. Ziwuji directly ignored Zhang Changfeng's clamor and continued. Since Great Elder represents Purple Star, we can't always be suspected. Otherwise, my Purple Star will lose all credibility. Great Elder is second only to one and above tens of thousands. What he says and does is a model for my Purple Star, so he shouldn't want such a thing to happen, right? Inside room A1, Gong's son Liang narrowed his eyes and waited for Ziwuji to finish before saying lightly, then, in second young master's opinion, what should this old master do to win the trust of others? Please enlighten me, second young master. You flatter me, Great Elder. You're being too serious. Ziwuji quickly humbled himself. It's just that things have gotten to this point. So if we want to bid again, we need to offer something more substantial. Haha, how about this? If the two of you bid again, we'll send the corresponding amount of Saint Crystals to the stage. This way, we'll be able to block the mouths of others and prevent my Purple Star's reputation from being tarnished again. Ziwuji's words were laced with sarcasm, causing Gong's son Liang to become annoyed. He winked at Zhang Changfeng and the latter immediately understood and shouted, Nonsense! How could there be such an auction in this world? That's a good idea? Yang Kai interrupted Zhang Changfeng with a smile. At the same time, he released his divine sense to suppress Zhang Changfeng, making him unable to open his mouth again. I have no objection. Since we want to bid, we can't just randomly bid. I'm also afraid of being taken for a fool. Young Master Wu Ji's mind is really sharp. Master is too kind, Ziwuji smiled happily. While replying, he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Master, Wu Ji has 600 million Saint Crystals here. If Master needs them, Wu Ji will do his best to help. No need. Second young master's kindness is something this Yang appreciates. Yang Kai replied and said, What does Great Elder think? Gong's son Liang was annoyed. But now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to agree. Good, this old master agrees. He was Purple Star's Great Elder. Trying to compete with him in terms of financial resources in Purple Star City was simply overestimating oneself. Since the two master have agreed, this mistress will be bold, Li Nua sighed lightly. Li Nua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the atmosphere in the auction house was still extremely solemn, at least there were no longer any signs of fighting. She turned to Yang Kai and said, This sir just bid 1 billion, in. I don't have that many Saint Crystals, Yang Kai replied. You dare bid without so many Saint Crystals? Haha, isn't this what you meant by careless bidding just now? Zhang Changfeng laughed. Eighth Elder, this person only said he didn't have so many Saint Crystals, he didn't say he couldn't afford it. Doesn't Master have other valuables? Ziwuji immediately retorted. Second young master is right. Yang Kai nodded gently. I don't have so many Saint crystals, but I can use other things to replace them. Sister Li Nuo, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules? No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of the corresponding value, Li Nuo said seriously. Good, then take a look at this. Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion Saint crystals. Li Nuo caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, "This is an Origin King pill." Chapter 1863. What? An Origin King pill? How could that be? Does this master also have an Origin King pill? As soon as Li Nuo's voice fell, the cultivator in the hall burst into an uproar. All of them craned their necks and stared towards the stage, as if trying to see through the jade bottle to see whether it contained an Origin King pill or not. Li Nuo knew that words were useless, so she quickly opened the jade bottle and took out a round, rolling pill. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. When the Origin King pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled its unique pill fragrance. Now that they smelled it again, they could immediately conclude that this was definitely an Origin King pill because the pill fragrance was almost identical to the one they had smelled before and after. If there was anything different, it was that the pill fragrance this time seemed to be richer. Look, this Origin King pill seems to be bigger than the previous one. Could it be that its quality is better than the previous one? What a joke. How can the quality of a spirit pill be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and fullness of this pill, it does seem to be better than the previous one. Isn't that the same thing? Sort of. The group of cultivators in the hall shouted endlessly. In room A2, Ziwuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the Origin King pill on the stage, almost laughing wildly in his heart. The previous Origin King pill had been won by Gong Sunliang, leaving Ziwuji helpless and annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, he never expected Yang Kai would actually take out another Origin King pill. Moreover, the quality was even better than the previous one. How could Ziwuji not be surprised? In any case, he had to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. As long as he had the help of this spirit pill, he could try to break through to the Origin King realm after some time. Once he succeeded, he would really have the capital to compete with Gong Sunliang. How much is this king's spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice drifted out from the private room. Li Nuo's eyes flashed for a moment before she chuckled lightly. Because an Origin King pill was sold for 1 billion before, this Origin King pill is worth that much in this mistress' eyes. She was obviously helping Yang Kai. A gloomy look flashed across Gong Sunliang's eyes as he said coldly, "Miss Li Nuo, you have to think it through. This old master is willing to spend 1 billion to buy an Origin King pill, but that doesn't mean it is really worth that price. If you set it at 1 billion, I won't agree." Li Nuo frowned and was about to say something. Ziwuji's voice suddenly came out, "Great Elder need not worry. Wuji spent 1 billion to buy this spirit pill. Although he did not have 1 billion Saint crystals. However, with his status, signing an IOU with Li Nuo was not a problem." Li Nuo nodded lightly before turning to look at Gong Sunliang with a smile. "If that's the case, does First Elder still have any questions?" "Humph." Gong Sunliang coldly snorted and no longer said anything. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, 1 billion. I ask Great Elder to present the Saint crystals or items of the corresponding value to the stage to show fairness." Ziwuji shouted loudly, refusing to back down. Gong Sunliang did not say anything, and a moment later, a space ring flew out of room A1 and headed straight to the stage. Li Nuo reached out, grabbed it, and began to inspect it with a dignified expression. Ziwuji grinned again and said, "Miss Li Nuo should look carefully. After all, the number is so huge that it is not something that can be counted in a short time." As soon as this statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look, thinking that this was indeed the case. How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nuo went to room A1 just now to count the Saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those Saint Crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nua took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, "The number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion Saint Crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing. This one is impressed." Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. "If your excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master." Gong's son Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nua. Another jade bottle? Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure. So how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nua opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, "An Origin King pill! Ah, is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak 3rd Order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint." Bah! Chin Old Fourth, with your level, you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son has already reached the peak of the 3rd Order Origin returning realm, and his Saint Chi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this son to serve you. Son Old 2, you dare ruin this Chin's plans? This Chun will fight you. 2 idiots, with this master's identity, how could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does Master not want to try it? Although this mistress is only a 2nd Order Origin returning realm cultivator now, she will break through to the Origin King realm sooner or later. If Master does not refuse, this mistress is willing to serve as your slave. A cheap slut like you dares to show your face in public? Aren't you ashamed? Master, please choose me. I have never been touched by a man before. My body is still clean. I know the art of the boudoir. I promise to make Master so happy that he will forget his duties. The entire auction hall instantly became a noisy vegetable market as countless Origin returning realm cultivator shouted in the direction of room A5, trying to show off their skills while some women even shamelessly tried to seduce him. Yang Kai taking out 2 Origin King pills at once showed just how rich he was. Since he could take out 2 at once, it did not mean he did not have more. An Origin King pill was a fatal temptation to any 3rd Order Origin returning realm cultivator. If they could follow Yang Kai and obtain an Origin King pill, it would really be worth it to work like a horse. Inside the private room, Hua Yuming's pretty face was livid as she looked down at the group of ruined women below, her nose almost crooked from anger. However, her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly as she stared at Yang Kai. After all, she was also a 3rd Order Origin returning realm cultivator. On the stage, Li Nua looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what to do. She had presided over many auctions before, but she had never experienced such a situation. Her limelight had been stolen by a mere participant, but she did not complain. She just felt a bit strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said lightly, "This king appreciates everyone's kindness, but this king has no intention of recruiting any followers. What's more, Origin King pills are things that can only be found by chance. This king only obtained 2 of them by accident, nothing more. He really only had 2. Originally, he had refined them while performing alchemy on the floating continent and wanted to take them when he was about to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the end, he found that his breakthrough had gone smoothly, so he did not take advantage of the Origin King pill's medicinal efficacies. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment. Except for a few whose eyes lit up, everyone else sat back down and no longer bothered. Yang Kai then turned to Li Nuo and said, "What is the value of this Origin King pill?" Li Nuo said without hesitation, "Since the Origin King pill just now is worth 1 billion, this one should be the same." Gong's son Liang shouted angrily, "Can you find another person willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nuo suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sister Li Nuo doesn't need to feel embarrassed. Let's just set the price at 500 million. Li Nuo showed a grateful look and nodded. "Since Master says so, then we will set the price at 500 million. I wonder if Great Elder has any objections?" Gong's son Liang coldly snorted, but did not speak. Everyone knew the value of an Origin King pill. 500 million to 600 million was normal. Many people would rush to buy one, so an estimate of 500 million was already considered a bargain. Yang Kai's generosity made Gong's son Liang seem narrow-minded. Li Nuo smiled lightly. "The master in room A5 has bid 1.5 billion. Does Great Elder still wish to increase the price?" Inside room A1, a look of struggle flashed across Gong's son Liang's eyes. Jiang Changfeng spoke from the side, "Great Elder, what is so mysterious about this thing that you and that person are willing to spend so much money to bid for it?" Gong's son Liang glanced at him and sneered, "It's nothing. It's just a matter of dou qi." Jiang Changfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself, being able to spend more than 1 billion Saint crystals in a battle of dou qi. You two are really talented. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star. Is Great Elder afraid of him?" A cold light flashed across Gong's son Liang's eyes, and he nodded after a long time. "Fine. Let's end this matter here." Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Changfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. Chapter 1864. Inside room A1, Jiang Changfeng looked helpless as he knew that Gong's son Liang had thrown this mess to him to clean up and could not help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nuo waited for a moment, but seeing that Gong's son Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began to count down happily. After 3 counts, the unknown artifact refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone delivered the material to room A5, Yang Kai directly put it into his space ring with a look of joy on his face. Hua Yuming watched curiously, wondering what this material was that it could make Yang Kai so happy. The auction came to an end, and the cultivator who had come to participate left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Jiang Changfeng shamelessly went to find Li Nuo and take back the Saint crystals Gong's son Liang had pawned to her. That was 1 billion Saint crystals, so naturally, he could not just let it go. Inside room A2, Ziwuji paced around impatiently, looking up from time to time, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door opened and Ji Jun's figure appeared. Ziwuji's expression shook as he hurriedly asked, "Old Ji, how did it go?" Ji Jun grinned and cupped his fists. "I did not disappoint second young master's orders and succeeded in both matters." "Really?" Ziwuji was overjoyed. "Great. After this matter is settled, old Ji will remember this merit." Ji Jun shook his head and said, "Second young master is too serious. This old master watched you grow up, so there is no need to mention any merit for this matter." Saying so, Ji Jun took out a jade bottle and said, "Second young master, please take a look. This is the Origin King pill this old master just bought from Lady Li Nuo." Lady Li Nuo said that second young master saw injustice this time and pulled out his sword to help. She admires second young master very much. "So, this Origin King pill will be sold at the price you bid before, only 600 million Saint crystals." "Oh?" A look of surprise flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. "Li Nuo actually has such courage?" Jun also had a suspicious expression on his face. All businessmen are evil. Li Nua is a businesswoman. Yet she took the initiative to give up 400 million Saint crystals. This old master thinks there must be a reason for this, perhaps. Maybe she knows the master. Ziwu said thoughtfully, what old Ji means is that she gave me such a big discount because I secretly helped that master. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Jun nodded seriously. You're right. Ziwu pondered for a moment before agreeing with Jun's speculation. If that's the case, then we should take good care of this clear sky auction house. Well, let's not talk about this for now. What about the other thing I asked you to do? That master has already agreed. I have already asked Miss Li Nua to arrange a private room for him and second young master. Second young master, please follow me. Ziwu eyes flashed with joy as he quickly followed Jun. In the backyard of Clear Sky Auction House, inside a secret room, all the barriers were activated and Li Nua and Hua Yuming stood quietly outside. Not long after, Ziwu and Jun arrived. The two women quickly saluted before Li Nua smiled and said, the master is inside. Second young master, please. Many thanks, Sister Li Nua. Ziwu cupped his fists politely. Second young master is too polite. It was only a slight effort. No matter what, this young master will remember today's matter in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, this young master will definitely repay you. Li Nua smiled and did not say anything more. Ziwu then led Jun inside. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting alone in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Ziwu immediately held his breath and waved to Jun, motioning him to leave. Jun frowned and whispered, second young master. Old Ji, I understand. Ziwu looked at Jun sincerely. The latter had no choice but to withdraw. Only Yang Kai and Ziwu were left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, open his eyes, or speak. So Ziwu did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand quietly and wait. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact, Yang Kai's soul had already entered the small sealed world at this moment. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one except for Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yin, and Stone Mongoose Xiao Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent, so it was simply too big for a space ring to accommodate. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world could accommodate it. Since the last time he took in his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his embodiment seemed to have become much smaller. Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. It seemed that as time passed, the embodiment would gradually refine the impurities in its body, and although it would become smaller, it would become more powerful. This was the same principle as artifact refining. The innate divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan was enough to allow the embodiment to accomplish this, so it would become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it was already impossible for it to return to Xiao Zhao's form. Yang Kai did not think too much about it, as long as the embodiment could be reduced in size by half. Although the current embodiment was huge and gave off a strong sense of oppression to its enemies, it was also inconvenient for it to move if it was too big. So there were pros and cons. Firebird Lu Yin was still swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. Every time she absorbed a wisp of sun's true fire, it would take her a lot of time to refine it, and every time she refined a wisp, her strength would increase by a lot. Xiao Xiao was doing something similar now. He and Firebird were Yang Kai's two great helpers, so Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he let Firebird refine the sun's true fire, Xiao Xiao naturally could not be left behind. However, what he was doing was somewhat different from what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin absorbed the sun's true fire and refined it into her own body to increase her strength, while Xiao Xiao directly swallowed the sun's true essence. This approach was more overbearing and dangerous than Lu Yin's, but it also had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived here, his two great helpers were both cultivating diligently, but the piece of sun's true essence, after so many years of consumption, had not changed at all. It was as if it was still exuding a terrifying heat, just like when Yang Kai first obtained it. Worthy of being a supreme treasure formed by refining stars, The energy contained inside it was difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials he had obtained from the previous auction into the sealed world bead before summoning Xiao Xiao and Lu Yin with a thought. The next moment, Lu Yin transformed into her human form and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She said expressionlessly, "Greetings, Master. What orders does Master have?" "You two, swallow and refine the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material he had spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is..." Lu Yin stared at the baby head-sized mineral, and a look of amazement soon appeared on her face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel like it will be of great help to me?" "The outer layer. It should be Phoenix Star Silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Previously at the auction, a cultivator had said that it was similar to Phoenix Star Silver, and he was right. Phoenix Star Silver was the breath of an ancient divine spirit true phoenix. It was formed by smelting minerals and contained the aura of an ancient divine spirit, making it extremely precious. Lu Yan's body was an artifact spirit in the form of a firebird. The most noble bird of all was naturally the divine spirit true phoenix. She could feel that Phoenix Star Silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason why. If she could swallow and refine Phoenix Star Silver, she might be able to catch a glimpse of the grace of a true phoenix. The outer layer? Lu Yin showed a thoughtful look. "That is to say, there is another layer inside? And don't mess around with the things inside. They are of great use to me." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Master, what exactly is in there?" "An Origin Essence Crystal." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he spat out a few words. "An Origin Essence Crystal?" Lu Yin was shocked. "The Origin Essence Crystal that only third-order Origin Kings can condense?" And Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order Origin King, he had only just broken through and was still in the groping stage when it came to Origin Essence Crystals. There were no signs of one forming in his body. However, he had once come into contact with a real Origin Essence Crystal. It was the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King that he had obtained by entering the Blood Prison trial at the request of Red Moon Tribal Lord on Monster Star. However, that was an Origin Essence Crystal of the monster race, so in terms of form, it was a monster core. However, what existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was an Origin Essence Crystal. It was for this reason that Lu Yin had not hesitated to compete with Gong Sun Liang. Lu Yin believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know that what was inside was an Origin Essence Crystal, he definitely knew that its value was extraordinary, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order Origin King realm, and only their divine senses could penetrate the outer layer of the Phoenix Star Silver and pry into its true nature. No one else had this ability, so of course, they could not judge the true value of this Phoenix Star Silver. The difference was that Yang Kai could determine its value while Gong Sun Liang was confused. If he could determine its value, he would never give up so easily and would likely fight with Yang Kai to the end. The help an Origin Essence Crystal provided to an Origin King Realm cultivator was simply unimaginable. When Red Moon Tribal Lord asked Yang Kai to help her go to the Blood Prison to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, it was in preparation for breaking through to the Third Order. Today's Yang Kai was on the same level as Red Moon Tribal Lord back then, so he naturally needed an Origin Essence Crystal. In the entire Star Territory, how many Third-Order Origin Kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their Origin Essence Crystals. As such, this Origin Essence Crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an Origin Essence Crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the Origin Essence Crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yin and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yin. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this Origin Essence Crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, A third-order origin king master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the origin essence crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal that the color of this phoenix star silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Ziwu Ji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Ziwu Ji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Ziwu Ji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wu Ji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young Master Wu Ji is Purple Star's second young master. Your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Ziwu Ji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wu Ji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Ziwu Ji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Zhang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zheng to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Zhang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled, as second young master said, "Zhang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level?" Ziwu Ji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous. Wu Ji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Enough small talk. Second young master astly knew to make these arrangements in secret. May I ask why you are looking for me?" Ziwu Ji's expression became serious as he said, "Wu Ji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune. I admire. Get to the point." Ziwu Ji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wu Ji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Ziwu Ji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Ziwu Ji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable one, please help Wu Ji." "How dare you?" Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Ziwu Ji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes, venerable represents the master of Purple Star, yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Ziwu Ji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wu Ji understands the rules." "It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Ziwu Ji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Ziwu Ji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Ziwu Ji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wu Ji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my Z family for generations, and my father, Zilong. is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, Father has fallen and Big Brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can? What did you just say? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ziwu-ji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Ziwu-ji would know that Zilong had fallen. Although he did not know what method Ziwu-ji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Ziwu-ji could tell that Ziwu-ji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Guizhu, no one else knew about this matter, so how did Ziwu-ji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Ziwu-ji seemed to have calmed down a lot, and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled. Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Zidong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp. Life lamp? Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the eye soul bead condensed by Su Yin in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. And Ziwu-ji nodded seriously. Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. Since Zilong cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor? Yang Kai sneered. Ziwu-ji smiled bitterly. Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidong, who had such a bad character, was able to become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai used to think that it was because Zilong spoiled him too much, but it turned out there was another reason. Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news of my father's death at all. It seems you already knew about it, right? Ziwu-ji looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai asked back, "Haha, when my father took my big brother out, he went to the legendary Severed World. It is extremely dangerous and full of crises. Even my father was not confident he could escape unscathed. My father should have fallen there. However, Venerable suddenly appeared in Purple Star City sometime later. This Wuji had never heard of your existence before. This Wuji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps you were also there when my father fell, which is why today's news is not surprising at all. Your analysis is reasonable." Yang Kai nodded approvingly, but in the next moment, his face suddenly became cold and murderous intent flashed across his brow. But if I had killed Zilong, today's situation could also have occurred. Did young Master Wuji not consider this? Ziwu-ji's complexion changed, but he did not panic and instead said calmly, "This Wuji naturally considered this, but it shouldn't have been possible. It's not that this Wuji questions Venerable's strength. Since Venerable was able to obtain my father's approval and gave him the Venerable token, it is only natural that Venerable possesses incredible strength and means. However, if Venerable wanted to kill a character like my father, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape unscathed, right? Therefore, my father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable." Ziwu-ji's speculation was not wrong, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the situation at that time was not just Yang Kai fighting Zilong alone, but also Guizhu and the embodiment attacking together. In addition, there is another, more important reason, and that is that my big brother is still alive. If my father was really killed by Venerable, my big brother would not have escaped. Your big brother also has a life lamp? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally, Ziwu-ji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidong's soul had not been destroyed, otherwise, he would have walked right into a trap on this trip to Purple Star. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly and he sighed, "Young Master Wu Ji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor." Ziwu Ji smiled happily and said humbly, "Venerable is too kind. This Wu Ji is just dragging out an ignoble existence." Yang Kai sighed and said, "You are right. Zilong did fall in the severed world. It was there that I met Zilong and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star, and this king agreed. But who would have thought that there would be a 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird in that damned place? Only a third-order origin king could resist that evil beast. Your father was caught off guard by its 7-colored radiant divine light and fell. This king deeply regrets his death." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Ziwu Ji immediately burst into tears, his tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him greatly in his heart. This Ziwu Ji was definitely a genius. Although he was crying so hard, as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was also because of this that he appeared a bit artificial. After all, he had not just learned about his father's death, but had already learned about it when his life lamp went out. Now that he was acting in front of Yang Kai, it was obvious that he was putting on an act. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure whether he believed the story he had just made up. However, whether he believed it or not, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. After crying for a while, Ziwu Ji restrained his voice, wiped his tears, and said in a trembling voice, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable. This is only human nature. Second young master, please restrain your grief." Yang Kai comforted patiently. "Venerable, Wu Ji still has one thing he does not understand and hopes Venerable will not hesitate to enlighten him." Ziwu Ji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Speak," Yang Kai said lightly. "My eldest brother. Where is he now?" Ziwu Ji asked in a low voice. Chapter 1866. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled slightly. "Why are you asking about this?" Ziwu Ji quickly said, "The severed world is so dangerous that even a great character like Father has fallen, so Big Brother should not have come out unscathed. Him being able to survive may be thanks to Venerable's efforts, so only Venerable knows Big Brother's whereabouts now." "So what if I do?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. "What? Does young Master Wu Ji want this king to hand over your big brother to you?" Ziwu Ji waved his hand in horror. "I wouldn't dare. Wu Ji never had such an idea. Big Brother and Wu Ji are brothers, and now that Father has fallen, how could Wu Ji have any thoughts about Big Brother? However, Wu Ji would like to ask, Venerable, did you come to Purple Star this time because of Big Brother's request?" "Nonsense. What is this king's identity? Even if he is Purple Star's young master, he has no right to interfere with this king's actions," Yang Kai sneered. Ziwu Ji was overjoyed. "Then it's easy to handle. Since Venerable and my father shared a life and death friendship, you certainly cannot bear to see Purple Star's power fall into the hands of others. If that were the case, how could my father rest in peace in the afterlife? Please help me, Venerable." Yang Kai remained silent, seemingly contemplating. Ziwu Ji saw that there was hope and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Since Venerable has already met my big brother, you must know what kind of character he has. I wonder, in Venerable's opinion, who is more suitable to sit in the position of Purple Star's master?" Yang Kai said lightly, "Although Zidong's aptitude is good, in terms of calmness and scheming, he is indeed inferior to you. He can become a master, but he can never become an overlord." "Many thanks for Venerable's praise." Ziwu Ji accepted unceremoniously. He quickly said, "Venerable, Father and Big Brother have been missing for nearly 2 years, and although their authority still exists, Great Elder has been restless. If we delay any longer, Purple Star's situation will not be good. Since the Venerable One has already received the Venerable One command from his father, Wu Ji will naturally see you as one of his own. If Venerable can help us, we can succeed." "Are you so sure?" Yang Kai frowned. Ziwuji smiled confidently. In Purple Star, my Z family is the most orthodox. Wuji had kept a low profile for so many years. Now that he dared to jump out and compete with that old fogey, he naturally didn't have nothing. What he lacked now, he was just a key figure who could contend against that old man. The arrival of the Venerable One has given Wuji hope. Yang Kai looked at Ziwuji with some surprise and found that he had still underestimated this guy. Listening to this guy's tone, it seemed that he had already recruited a lot of powerful cultivators to work for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pretended to ponder. Ziwuji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand in place and wait anxiously. After a long time, just as Ziwuji was waiting anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Young Master Wu Ji being so frank and astute makes this king feel very gratified. I believe that if this Zilong were to know of this, he would be able to smile in the afterlife. Venerable means. Ziwu Ji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. If you want me to help you, it is not impossible. As a venerable, this king should contribute to Purple Star. This king is not a cold-blooded person and cannot watch Purple Star's foundation fall into the hands of others. But, if Venerable has any requests, please state them. If this Wu Ji can fulfill them, he will not refuse. Ziwu Ji was very polite and did not wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking before he finished speaking. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. This king only has 2 requests. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault and take something from it that your father promised to give me. The vault. Ziwuji looked shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. Venerable may not know, but this Wuji also knows a thing or two about Purple Star's vault. It is located in the most heavily guarded area of Purple Star Palace. Although this Wuji can approach it, without the key, he cannot open it. This Wuji has never entered the vault before. Only my father and big brother have ever entered it. I have the key, Yang Kai said. There is no need for second young master to worry about this. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Ziwuji was stunned. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Ziwuji's face changed slightly as he thought of something, but he quickly restrained himself and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter is not difficult. As second young master, Wuji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Just leave this matter to me. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Ziwuji wore a bitter look and said helplessly, Venerable may not know, but these people were not imprisoned by this Wu Ji, but by Great Elder. The people guarding them are all Great Elder's confidants. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Second young master is now busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the leisure to detain Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's people? However, this king is very curious. Why did Great Elder do this? Ziwuji's face became gloomy as he said, if this Wuji's guess is correct, it's probably a method that old fart used to target me. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that is even stronger than my Purple Star, Ziwuji whispered. Among the people who came to Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Great Elder has detained him, so if Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce learns of this, they will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it's big, it's a conflict between 2 great forces that is very likely to lead to a war between the 2 sides. But if it's small, it's not even worth mentioning as long as those people's lives are not in danger. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce really receives news and comes to collect these people, Great Elder only needs to casually hand over a scapegoat to turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. I believe Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a direct conflict with Purple Star over such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain amount of weight. Naturally, a cat or dog won't be able to quell the anger of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. So that scapegoat is probably you? Yang Kai understood. Besides me, who else in Purple Star can take on this responsibility? Ziwuji sneered. If Wuji is handed over, Purple Star will really have to change its surname. So that's how it is. Yang Kai finally understood why Purple Star had suddenly detained Shin Tu and the others. It turned out that Great Elder was using this as a means to deal with Ziwuji. It could only be said that Shen Tu had not checked the almanac before coming out and had fallen headlong into this vortex. So, if Venerable wants to save them, he has to deal with that old fart first. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Venerable, you and those people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce know each other? Ziwuji couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly. Ziwuji immediately smiled and said, Wuji has asked too much. Good. This king now wants to know how second young master plans to deal with Great Elder. Don't tell me you don't have a complete plan. Naturally not. A look of excitement appeared on Ziwuji's face. This Wuji has been preparing for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Now that I have Venerable's help, this matter will definitely succeed. Wuji's plan is like this. At that moment, Ziwuji explained his thoughts. Yang Kai listened calmly, secretly surprised in his heart. He had not expected that with Ziwuji's means and ability, he would be able to endure until today and only reveal his true face. On top of that, there were countless masters in Purple Star who had been subdued by him. This little brat's ability to conceal his strength and bide his time was truly amazing. After listening, Yang Kai thought about it silently and felt that this matter was not far off. Immediately, he gave Ziwuji a look and said, if Purple Star can be controlled by second young master, it will definitely be more glorious in the future. Venerable is too kind. Ziwuji smiled modestly. Good, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. When that day comes, this king will go find second young master. Wuji respectfully sees Venerable off. Ziwuji got up and bowed to the ground. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nuo before taking Hua Yuming to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside his room, Ziwuji could not hide the joy on his face as he let out a silent laugh. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, Young master, have you reached an agreement with that master? Ziwuji nodded. Ji Jun punched his right fist into his left palm and said excitedly, Great. After hiding for so many days, I can finally hold my head up high. But young master, can that master be trusted? Hearing Ji Jun's question, Ziwuji also restrained the joy on his face. He should be. This master does not have a strong sense of belonging to my Purple Star, so he will not be loyal to any side. As long as I can meet his requirements, he can be used by me. But having said that, I still have to be on guard. Old Ji, come with me back to Purple Star Palace to see Mother. Ji Jun's expression became solemn. Young master wants to ask that master to take action? Ziwuji nodded. My Purple Star has more than one venerable. After returning to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yuming, Yang Kai entered retreat and told the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce not to run around for the time being. In fact, there was no need for him to tell them this, as when Hua Yuming returned with more than 200 million Saint Crystals, Xia Jingwu and the others were all shocked. Such a huge number of Saint Crystals was something they had only heard about in the past, and none of them dared to imagine they could possess, but today, it was right in front of them. No one dared to believe this was real. It took half a day for everyone to accept this reality, and under Hua Yuming's leadership, they immediately allocated 20 million Saint Crystals to purchase precious cultivation materials. Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was in retreat, so how could they have the leisure to run around? Chapter 1867. Time flew by, and soon, half a month had passed. On this day, Purple Star's ancestral worship ceremony was held. Every year on this day, Purple Star's leaders, led by Purple Star's master, would gather in groups to worship their ancestors and comfort their souls in heaven. Inside Purple Star Palace, there was a huge ancestral hall. Not only were the ancestors of the Z family enshrined in this hall, but there were also countless people who had made great contributions to the development of Purple Star. The tablets of all the elders were also enshrined here. This was a major event for Purple Star, so no one dared to treat it carelessly. Purple Star's leaders had also prepared for this event for a long time, taking all aspects into consideration. As such, on this day, all Purple Star's leaders would arrive at Purple Star Palace on time and gather in the direction of the ancestral hall. Almost all eyes and attention were focused on the ancestral hall, ignoring the protection of other places. Yang Kai also arrived at Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable token at the entrance of the palace, a guard immediately led him in respectfully. Not long after, a person suddenly appeared in front of him and said to the guard, "You may withdraw. This old master will take care of the rest." "Yes." The guard bowed and quickly retreated. Yang Kai looked at the man and cupped his fists slightly. "Elder Ji." This person was none other than Ji Jun, who had been following Ziwu Ji all this time. Ji Jun smiled slightly and returned the courtesy. Ji Jun greets Venerable Yang. "Venerable Yang, please follow me. Second young master has arranged everything and now only awaits Venerable Yang's arrival." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Ji Jun inside. Ji Jun was undoubtedly very familiar with Purple Star Palace, so after leading Yang Kai left and right, it only took him half an hour to arrive in front of a secret hall at the center of the palace. This secret hall was made of some unknown material and was surrounded by various barriers, giving it a very tight security. However, at this moment, it was empty. The cultivator guarding this place had obviously been transferred away. Ji Jun stood in front of the secret hall with a fanatical look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, "Venerable Yang, second young master said that this is where Purple Star's vault is located. You only need a special key and a drop of blood essence from a direct descendant of the Z family to open the treasury." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "You need a drop of blood essence from the Z family's direct descendant? Why haven't I heard of such a thing?" Whether it was Zidong or Ziwuji, neither of them had told him this secret. Ziwuji hiding something from him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and although they had an agreement, it was not to the point of being completely honest with each other. But Zidonglai had actually kept it a secret. This made Yang Kai very angry. Ji Jun chuckled. "Please calm down, Venerable One. It's not a big deal. Young Master Wuji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for Venerable One." As he spoke, he took out a transparent bottle. The bottle contained a drop of dark red blood. Within the blood bead, there were traces of purple radiance. It seemed to be nurturing some kind of mysterious power. It seemed to be somewhat different from the others, and it was rolling around at the bottom of the bottle. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and before Ji Jun could react, the drop of blood essence was caught by Yang Kai. This made Ji Jun's face change drastically. He was a first-order origin king, but Yang Kai had snatched something from his hand without him even being able to react. It was obvious the gap in strength between the two of them. "Venerable, this?" Ji Jun stared at the drop of blood essence and stammered. "How do I use this thing?" "Elder Ji, just tell me," Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was filled with an irrefutable tone. Ji Jun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. Instead, he said, "You just need to smear this blood essence on the key." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood, stretched out his hand, opened the bottle, and pushed his Saint Chi. The drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle and splashed directly onto the key he took out. The golden key seemed to come alive and began swallowing Ziwuji's blood essence, even emitting a sucking sound. In the next moment, the golden key transformed into a two-horned flood dragon. This flood dragon's petite body was covered in a faint purple halo as it flew through the air twice before plunging into the front door of the secret hall. The thick and heavy door seemed to have become an invisible object, and a layer of ripples spread out. "Elder Ji, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Yang Kai dropped these words before his figure flickered and entered the secret hall. "Wait." Ji Jun had been instructed by Ziwuji to not let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone. Just as he was about to follow after him, however, the door suddenly returned to normal. Ji Jun almost ran into it. Damn. Ji Jun stomped his feet anxiously as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. In front of him was Purple Star's treasure trove, and although there were not many things stored inside, each one was extremely precious. Many of these treasures were the foundation of Purple Star's foundation. Now that Yang Kai had entered alone, only the heavens knew if he would keep his promise and only take one thing. It was precisely because of this concern that Ziwuji had asked Ji Jun to follow him. Firstly, it was to prevent Yang Kai from being too greedy, and secondly, it was to see what Yang Kai wanted to take. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would act so quickly that even a first-order origin king like Ji Jun could not guard against him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ji Jun's expression was that of a dead father as he racked his brains about how to report this matter to Ziwu Ji, while secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy and would just take something casually. Inside the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that this place did not cover a large area, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes light up. Even with his experience, entering Purple Star's treasure trove still left him stunned. There were no Saint crystals here, but there were large and small jade bottles, a variety of artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques. Even without deliberately observing, Yang Kai knew that all of these things were treasures. Yang Kai stood in place and grinned fiercely before immediately stretching out his hand and summoning the soul-sustaining bowl. His eyes flashing a fierce light, he sent a wisp of his soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. The next moment, a scream rang out from inside the bowl as Zidong's soul body staggered out and called out in horror, "Master, what happened?" Yang Kai looked at him gloomily, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned. "Zidong, take a look. What is this place?" Zidong turned his head and looked around, his complexion suddenly changing as he called out, "Purple Star's treasure trove, how did you—" Before he could finish speaking, though, he suddenly realized something and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, master. This is my Purple Star's treasure trove, haha. Don't play dumb with this, king." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Entering this treasure trove requires the blood essence of your Z family's direct descendants. Why didn't you mention this to me? Master, please calm your anger, master. This Dong Lai originally wanted to wait for master to prepare before explaining this matter, but there was never an opportunity. This Dong Lai did not deliberately conceal this matter. Stop trying to flatter me, Yang Kai sneered. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Are you planning to borrow my hand to get rid of your second brother Ziwu Ji and extract his blood essence? Zidong's complexion changed dramatically as he was rendered speechless. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. Zidong, you're pretending to be smart, but in the end, you've been fooled by your own cleverness, Yang Kai chuckled. Master, please spare me, master, please spare me. This Dong Lai won't dare do it again. Zidong's soul body curled up inside the soul-sustaining bowl as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Now you want me to spare you? What were you doing before? Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and flicking Zidong's soul body. As soon as he flicked his finger, Zidong's soul body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was no longer able to merge back together. He screamed in horror, but his voice gradually weakened and eventually dissipated from this world. Yang Kai had no qualms about killing Zidong. Back in the severed world, this guy had repeatedly tried to find trouble with him and even instigated Su Wei to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Zidong still had some use for him at the time, Yang Kai would not have kept the soul-sustaining bowl with him. At this moment, knowing that this guy was still hiding something from him, how could Yang Kai allow him to live? After Zidong's soul body was destroyed, Yang Kai put away the soul-sustaining bowl. This thing was a very strange artifact that could play a role in the future. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the contents of this treasure house. Inspecting one bottle of pills after another, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. There were not many pills in this treasure house, only 8 kinds in total, 52 bottles. But each bottle was an Origin King-grade spirit pill. These spirit pills had a huge effect on the cultivation of any Origin King, so they were definitely part of Purple Star's stockpile after so many years. Yang Kai naturally didn't hold back and swept them all into his space ring. He also didn't let go of any of the various artifacts. Of the artifacts placed here, 5 were Origin King grade, with the highest quality being Origin King grade mid-rank. As for the other 4, even if they were Origin King grade low rank, they were still rare treasures. In addition to these, the rest were all Origin grade high-rank artifacts. These Origin grade high-rank artifacts were different from ordinary Origin grade high-rank artifacts. Each of them had great power, and even if they weren't Origin King grade, they weren't far off. There were also the secret arts and secret books that Purple Star had collected over the years. Yang Kai didn't let them go either. Now that High Heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, if he brought these secret arts and secret books back, his disciples would have more choices to choose from. How could the secret arts and secret books placed in this treasure house be lacking? Cultivating these things was enough to allow High Heaven sect's disciples to start out far ahead of their peers. This advantage would become more and more obvious as their strength improved in the future, eventually leaving behind all other cultivators. In addition to these things, there were also many alchemy and artifact refining materials, all of which were extremely precious. Yang Kai also pocketed all of them. All of a sudden, he had made a fortune. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about this. Although he had told Ziwuji that he would only take one thing, now that he had entered this treasure house, Ziwuji had no choice but to take what he wanted. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Purple Star, so of course he would be ruthless at this moment. Chapter 1868. His harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still hadn't found what he was looking for. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and instead turned his eyes to the few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes lined up in order, and if Yang Kai was not mistaken, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of them. The Star Emperor token was the key to entering the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai was naturally very concerned about it. Now, he had collected 6 Star Emperor tokens, and with the one from Purple Star, he had 7 in total. The remaining 2 Star Emperor tokens were also within his grasp, and as long as he could gather them, he would be able to open the passage. As for the Purple Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was determined to obtain it. Arriving in front of the 3 boxes, Yang Kai looked around for a while to confirm that there were no barriers around them before reaching out and picking up the first box. When he opened the box, he saw that there was something that looked like a crystal inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look on his face as he looked at it carefully for a while, but soon found that he couldn't recognize what it was. This crystal stone was round in shape and had a very pure texture, almost like a saint crystal. However, this was definitely not a saint crystal, because it was impossible for a saint crystal to be hidden in Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai reached out and took the round crystal stone out of the box, the expression on his face becoming even stranger. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, as if it was just a useless crystal. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, his face suddenly changed and he called out in amazement, "So strong." In that instant, he felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous crystal stone. The energy fluctuations were as vast as a boundless sea, and as Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't see the end of it, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Is this really a saint crystal? Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but he could feel it. The energy contained in this crystal was pure and without any impurities. It could be absorbed and refined by a cultivator to assist one's cultivation, just like a saint crystal, but how could a saint crystal contain such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal stone, and the energy stored inside smoothly flowed into his palm. It flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his entire body had been enveloped by a huge amount of energy. In just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that the amount of energy he had absorbed was equivalent to the total reserves of 100 saint crystals. However, this round crystal did not change in the slightest. It was as if the energy contained within was limitless. Could this be an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were special energy aggregations formed by the accumulation of underground spirit energy. Unable to be moved. Places with earth veins generally had denser heaven and earth spirit chi. Those large and small forces, clans and sects all liked to build their headquarters on earth veins. That way, their disciples would have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect was, the more they liked to occupy good earth veins, the more they liked to occupy them. Earth veins were divided into different grades. Earth veins of the lowest grade were not rare and could be found everywhere in spirit mountains and great rivers. Earth veins of slightly better quality were rare, and earth veins of higher quality were even rarer. Where High Heaven sect was now located, there was an excellent earth vein deep underground, which was why the world energy here was so rich. Earth veins were not only divided into different grades, but also sizes. Some earth veins occupied a vast area, while others only extended for 3 to 5 kilometers. According to legend, there was also a kind of top-grade earth vein where all the world energy gathered in one place and, over the years, formed into a crystal. This was an earth vein crystal. Earth veins could not be moved, but earth vein crystals could be carried around. Carrying an earth vein crystal was tantamount to carrying the best earth vein at all times. A cultivator could use this earth vein to cultivate, no longer needing Saint crystals, and their cultivation speed would increase by thousands of times. Yang Kai had never seen an earth vein crystal before and had only heard about it in rumors. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, there was actually an earth vein crystal. This was a heaven-defying treasure. Although it could only be used by a single person, unlike ordinary earth veins which could be shared by an entire family or sect, with the existence of this bead, a cultivator could cultivate quickly. Holding this earth vein crystal, Yang Kai's mouth suddenly cracked open from ear to ear. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could tempt him, but this earth vein crystal was undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and instead picked up the second box. Opening it, Yang Kai saw a special token inside. This token exuded a faint emperor pressure and had the word Emperor engraved on its front. What else could it be but a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai unceremoniously put it away. With this, he had finally obtained the 7th Star Emperor token. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the last box. Of the previous 2 boxes, one contained the earth vein crystal and the other contained the Star Emperor token, both of which were extremely precious treasures. Yang Kai was naturally looking forward to this third box. Opening the box, Yang Kai didn't even have time to see what was inside before his face suddenly changed, and he madly pushed his secret art to suppress the boiling blood in his body. At the same time, a faintly discernible dragon's roar rang out from his body. The verdant dragon bone sword uncontrollably shot out and transformed into a giant dark green dragon, floating in front of him. On that giant dragon's head, the 2 dragon eyes were as wide as copper bells, staring at the third jade box with a complicated expression. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the dragon bone sword that had transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Forming a series of seals with his hands, he sent it back into his body, but the blood in his body was still flowing endlessly. A voice kept ringing in his heart, as if something inside the third box was calling out to him. Yang Kai cautiously looked inside the box and found that it contained a palm-sized scale. This scale was similar to a fish's scale but had a complex pattern on it. It gave off an ancient aura that made one's heart palpitate. A dragon scale! Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. It's actually a dragon scale. He could never have imagined that this third box would actually contain a dragon scale. Real dragon scale. He possessed the golden divine dragon source. He cultivated the monster race's monster transformation secret art. He also had the verdant dragon bone sword refined from the dragon bone and dragon pearl. In this world, in terms of understanding of true dragons, no one could surpass Yang Kai. So when he saw this scale, Yang Kai could tell that it was a real dragon scale. This was a scale that fell from the legendary ancient divine spirit true dragon. The rich dragon pressure on the scale was almost tangible, resonating strongly with the golden divine dragon source in Yang Kai's body, causing his blood to roil endlessly. Ancient divine spirits. They only existed in legends, true dragons, true phoenixes, Cheilants, Pishio. They were all a type of ancient divine spirit. But whether they existed or not, no one knew and no one had ever seen them. If Yang Kai had not obtained the golden divine dragon source and the dragon bone sword, as well as Yang Yan's personal testimony, he would have been suspicious. His golden divine dragon source was obtained in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Valley, and the dragon bone sword was obtained from Lu Yan's desert, both of which had a long history. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, Yang Kai saw another dragon scale. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with excitement. Such a dragon scale, and even the dragon bone sword, were just excellent artifact refining materials and excellent artifacts to others, but to Yang Kai, they had extraordinary significance. The first half of the monster transformation secret art given to him by Red Moon Tribal Lord was to use the golden divine dragon source to evolve the body of a true dragon and become more powerful, but it was just an evolution. The second half explained how to integrate the body parts of various ancient monster races and truly possess the divine technique of those monster races. For example, this dragon scale, if Yang Kai could integrate it into his body, he would have the defense of a true dragon. Even the verdant dragon bone sword could be integrated into Yang Kai's body, replacing his spine with a real dragon's spine. This was an unimaginable improvement, and once he succeeded, Yang Kai's strength would definitely soar. It was just that his strength was not enough before, so he did not dare to do so. The dragon bone sword had always been used as an artifact, but now that he had reached the second-order origin king realm, he was almost qualified to integrate it. If he could completely integrate the dragon bone sword and dragon scale, Yang Kai would be able to display part of the divine technique of a true dragon. This was almost unimaginable. Yang Kai had thought that it would be difficult for him to see a true dragon's body part again in his life, but he had not expected to find a dragon scale here. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the dragon scale, but before he could do so, a terrifying force erupted from the dragon scale and bombarded Yang Kai. This force suddenly turned into an invisible barrier that froze Yang Kai's hand in place. Cracking sounds rang out from his hand, as if it would explode in the next moment, preventing him from advancing any further. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise and coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation." As soon as these words fell, a golden light burst from Yang Kai's body and dragon chi surged from his body. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker and his entire arm was covered in dragon scales condensed from his saint chi. These scales looked lifelike, as if they were real, and his palm became as sharp as a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air, and a strange sound rang out. Although this was a real dragon scale, it had fallen countless years ago. On top of that, Yang Kai possessed a golden divine dragon source, which was not something an ordinary true dragon could compare to. So how could a trivial dragon scale resist it? Under the aura of the golden divine dragon source, the force that had blocked Yang Kai's movements was gradually defeated. A series of explosions rang out in the air. Yang Kai smoothly caught the dragon scale in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment before picking up the box with a grin, placing the dragon scale back into his space ring. The dragon pressure dissipated and Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn. Purple Star's vault returned to normal, but looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, giving it an extremely bleak appearance. Outside, Ji Jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing towards the door of the secret hall from time to time, but never seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely washing the vault in blood. Ji Jun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was powerless to stop it, only feeling like his heart was bleeding. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.